No mai, hata mai, hello and welcome to night 3 at the 3x3 Cup here at ILT Stadium in Southland. The last of the preliminary games between the men and the women's competitions. It is all on the line, Judd Flavel, because so many teams are still in contention for the all-important playoffs.
Absolutely. You know, playing with some desperation this morning. You're going to see all of that thrown at it this afternoon and this evening. Teams battling it out. Teams like Tavake who are hanging in there just by a thread, but expect them to throw everything out there and playing for their lives. And
some upsets earlier today.
Yeah, that's right. I like the Giants, and they've sort of come to the party. Got the upset win over the Rams, and so, you know, Rams still sitting at the top of the table though, and I guess everybody else is chasing.
Well, let's have a look at the table in the men's competition. Of course, as we said, final preliminary games tonight. 14 teams, it's a top 10 through to the playoffs. Importantly though, almost a separation here because the top 6 go straight through to the quarters. 7, 8, 9, 10, a play-in. They've got to win to make the top 8. So it is all on the line. Look at the congestion in the middle.
Yeah, that's right. And you talk about the scheduling too. Like, that's an intense schedule. It's day 3 right now. Expect the level to go up another notch, and so getting that extra rest for those teams, the top teams that get in the top 6, is going to come and pay off for them later on.
Let's have a look at the women's table. They also heading into their final preliminary games tonight. Tokomanawa Queens still unbeaten at 7-0. They look the team to catch, and again, bit of a logjam under them.
It is. Pouakai gave them a good run this morning, but the Queens, you know, looking very solid, as you say. The other team that I like, the Whai, really looking dangerous from the beyond the arc, and everybody else is chasing them. Although I like the Wizards, you know, they're close, they're somewhat in between. But they could be a dark horse team, I think.
And of course, being a nighttime session, international basketball Trans-Tasman Series, Tall Ferns Tall Blacks up against the Aussie Kangaroos 3x3. At the moment, halfway through, best of 8 in the Trans-Tasman. The Kiwis are leading the Aussies in both men and women 3-1.
They are, and I think with the men's in particular, that extra experience that they have, the Aussie have a young outfit, but I'm sure they're going to be learning a lot, in particular from the Game 4. They, Nico McCullough getting hot from behind the arc. Look for them to shut that down tonight. That could eventually open up Dong Kalman-Poto under the basket, but they have to pick and choose. And I'm sure that as they're going, they're learning more about the style of play and the players themselves. 2
more games in the men's and the women's internationals tonight. We saw the boxing gloves on last night in both of those contests, in all of the international games. I reckon it's almost time for the gloves to come off. It has got very physical, hasn't it?
It has, and we've seen that reflected with the scoreline too. They haven't got to the 21 yet. It's been a grind for them. I'd like to see, you know, someone get hot from behind the arc, and that could be the game breaker.
So here we go, night 3 here in Invercargill, the 3x3 Cup. It is all on the line this evening. Enjoy the action.
Cheers, Justin. Evening 3 at the 3x3 Cup at ILT Stadium Southland in Invercargill. Nick Bewley with Maya Williamson alongside. Great to have your company, Maya. Night 3, we've got internationals coming up not too far away, 6:45. Game 5 of the women's series between New Zealand and Australia, which New Zealand are in front in the 8-game series 3-1. But immediately our attention is on the 3x3 Cup men's action. Couple of teams in a fight to stay alive. The Bulls with a 4-7 record. They're in 10th up against Waikato Uni in 13th with a 3-8 win-loss record.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one here for both these teams. Desperate, both for wins. I think we calculated that Waikato Uni are almost out, almost ready to pack the bags and put their feet up. Bulls still have a fighting chance, but they're going to have to get a win here if they want to stay in playoff contention. Yeah,
eyes more on the Bulls than the Rapids. Just for those tuning in, perhaps even for the first time stumbling across the 3x3 Cup here on Sky Sport 2. Pool play action, 14 men's teams, 10 women's teams. Of the 14 men's teams, only 10 goes through to the classification rounds. Top 6 automatically secure a quarterfinal berth. Then there's a play-in for those final 2 spots, 7v10, 8v9. The Bulls at the moment in 10th with 2 games to play tonight. Waikato Uni could get up to 4 wins, which is the current mark that the Bulls are on, but the tiebreaker, Maya, does come down to points scored rather than points differential. Just having a look here, 171 points the Waikato Uni boys have scored across this competition so far, compared to the Bulls, 195. So that's quite a margin. You've got the Rapids in there too, who are currently occupying 11th position, and they've scored 213. So hence why Waikato Uni in a slightly tricky spot would have to be a couple of big wins here on night 3.
I mean, but we've seen it happen, right? We've seen a lot of upsets happen. Waikato Uni upsetting the Southland Sharks earlier today, who are the back-to-back defending champions. So, you know, anything can happen, but like you said, it's going to be some dirty work for these boys. Daniel Dobson to get us underway.
And have seen that a little bit as Peter King follows up, and 3 in the key call. Peter King thought he'd done enough. He was a little bit excited.
Gave us a little flex.
3 in the key call, so it will be with the Bulls. Dobson, the most prolific shooter in this Waikato Uni side.
Yeah, and definitely the most experienced in terms of 3x3. I believe he's been over to Japan for 3x3.exe and also over to the Nations League with the New Zealand under-23s team earlier this year in June. A couple of his teammates also here at the New Zealand 3x3 Cup.
As Christian Vano sporting a black eye, or a mark under the right eye, drains the free throw from the TAB. The Bulls off and running, and an immediate response from that man, Daniel Dobson.
He is not giving up. These games are so huge. It is do or die for Waikato Uni, and they know that.
Well, even if the equation is against Waikato Uni as Peter King drains it too, they'll be quite keen to be disruptors. If they know, you know, Franklin kind of on the border or near Waikato, if they can spoil the party here for the Bulls and force them out, they'll be pretty happy. Foul on the floor there, that bucket won't count.
Yeah, smart foul there from Daniel Dobson, recognising that if he gets him before he goes in the upward motion of shooting, it won't count, and then disallowing a point, still maintaining their three-point margin. That's going to be kind of the only way they're going to be able to guard the height and athleticism of Casey Nuafua.
So players on the court for the Bulls here. Vano, Nuafua, and Brody Perry, who just beats the shot clock. Shot just away to the left. Tofale, that looked good off the hand, just a little short. So Tofale, Dobson, and Van der Leden. And just looking at the matchups, the Bulls don't really have a counter for Casey Nuafua down low.
Yeah, not many teams at this tournament do. Nick, he is a force to be reckoned with. I'd say he's about 6'8", with possibly a 6'10" wingspan and a nice pair of hops to go along with that as well. So he is definitely hard to stop. They're going to have to be super physical, and probably like we saw previous from Daniel Dobson, just fouling him and disallowing anything easy around the charge circle.
Got to foul smart here in the 3x3 Cup as Dobson climbs the ladder. Can't get it to go. Hangs above the rim, the ball for quite some time. 5th or 6th attempt there maybe. And there's a foul on the Bulls, and it was on one of those shot attempts. So Dobson heads to the line to shoot one. We'll take a second look. Look on pogo sticks there, up, down, up, down. As Dobson looks to restore this three-point buffer, and that's exactly what he does.
Yeah, good start for here for Waikato Uni. They've come out firing, gained a lot of confidence from 2 good wins, both against the Rapids and the Sharks today. Probably what you can be considered as an upset. So they're looking for win number 3 in a row.
It's been interesting, isn't it? Their one scalp prior to today, the Canterbury Rams, so high flying top of the table. So they've arguably beaten teams they shouldn't have based on the form guide, and then losing the teams maybe that they should have been a bit more in the games. There have been some tough losses thinking back. Tavake Pacifica was in overtime. A couple of others as well with 1, 2, 3-point margins.
Yeah, and that's just the way that 3x3 is. We see games like that all the time. In the prior session to this, I was commentating with Justin Nelson, watched the Tuatara and the Ears go at it. Ruben Fitzgerald hits a 2 on the buzzer to win the game. You know, we've seen a multitude of games like that, just pushing them either way, 1 or 2 points. Just the way that 3x3 goes.
Just looking down at court 1 as well, which is over on Sky Sport 4. Speaking of closers, young Jackson Ball, the 15-year-old for Hawke's Bay Hawks. I think he's had 3 buckets to ice the game thus far in the competition.
And notably, 7th top scorer in the men's competition.
He is a real prospect, or the future is now really, for Jackson Ball. 15 years of age. He's a young player with plenty of promise and talent too. Casey Nofoa stays with it. Might be 3 in the key here, but no, gets it up in time.
I believe if you attempt to get your own rebound, I think the 3 seconds starts again. So he got away with one there. Nice little finish. Those long arms coming in handy.
Strong finish, Tamari van der Leyden. So 6-4 advantage here for Waikato Uni as Vano spin and a whistle and a foul on Waikato Uni.
Both teams at 4 fouls apiece now. So, you know, not terribly dangerous territory, however, wanting to be careful now. Not many to give before they're sending both teams to the line for 2 every time a foul is committed.
Makes Christian Vano from the TAB, cuts it to a 1-point game. So as advertised here, 2 teams in the bottom half of the ladder, ultra competitive. As Waikato back out to a 2-point buffer. Corey Perry now makes, uses the glass well as Waikato Uni quickly transition to offense. Van der Leyden misses, back with Vano now. And strong finish with the left.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with this Bulls team. They are a really, really young team and they have competed ferociously. I mean, they probably didn't really quite expect to be in playoff contention, especially their first day. Not so successful, but they've really come alive. Had a big upset win against the Wellington Saints and the red-hot Marnie Dugomita this morning.
Here's Brody Perry now and swatted by Dobson. Just 3 seconds left on the shot clock. I'm impressed the way Franklin went. Nofoa does take a seat. They play a very different way. A lot of ball movement, switching, cutting.
Yeah, they have some talented guards. Like Christian Vano can almost beat anyone off the dribble. Saw he beat Tane Lavery off the dribble multiple times against the S, and that's a hard thing to do. So give space for their guards to go to work when KC is off the court. As we see there, Christian Vano, he's lighting it up today.
8 apiece. Coming up the 4-minute mark. Waikato Uni, Franklin Bulls. Bulls needing a win. Waikato Uni trying to disrupt, and Peter King goes about it well there. Drains the 2.
These boys are relentless, not giving up. Easy one there for Corey Perry. Quick answer, Daniel Dobson. Let's see what he can do.
Good work there by Perry after the layup. Got back out, closed out on Dobson. Is King now. Can't get that one to go. Back with Nofoa. Vano. And a whistle and a foul. That won't count.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with what I've seen from Vano so far this tournament. Had the privilege of watching him at secondary school nationals for Rotorua Boys High School. Made the tournament team of that tournament after having an absolute blinder, and he's really come alive here at the 3x3 Cup as well. He is, I believe, 14th in scoring overall with a multitude of 2-point shots.
Timeout called here with 5:40 on the game clock. Waikato Uni ahead by 1 over on Sky Sport 4 at 6:25. International Trans-Tasman action on the men's side. Game 5 of their series. The Tall Blacks 3x3 side against the Australian Kangaroos. New Zealand up 3-1 in the series. Statement went last night, Maya, 21 points to 9. I can't see it being as much of a blowout game 5. I feel like Australia will adjust.
Yeah, and it's been a really fiery competition, and I believe now after that huge loss, Australia are never going to let that happen again. I did hear they were in the gym early this morning lifting some weights, getting some anger out. They're going to come back firing for more. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a very physical battle.
Oh, it's been physical all the way through. Dan Trist, Tom Kalman-Poto know each other very well now. So that at 6:25 in 10 minutes time over on Sky Sport 4. But we've got a real doozy here, 11 each. Approaching the halfway mark between Waikato Uni and the Bulls. Here's King, gets away from Vano and puts Waikato Uni 1 to the good. But Vano, a dose of the same medicine.
Yeah, it feels like it's a bit of a Peter King, Christian Vano playoff right now. Both just looking to rip off the dribble and get to the rim. Both doing so successfully.
And the Leyden, nice find. Taufale in the corner, high arcing shot. Just leaves it a little short. There's Nofoa now We'll light this match up, but good work there. Tavake sticks with it, ends up with the ball. He said, no way, that's all ball. Referee sees it different.
We'll have a look at that. You see Tofale trying to get a jump ball because if awarded, would get possession. However, our coin officials just saw that a little bit differently.
That's the last foul to give to for Waikato Uni, so the Bulls shooting free throws from here on in. As Tofale ends up with it. Kicks it out to Van der Leyden. Dobson from the 3x3 logo. The Maya Williamson logo, I should say.
I was going to say, what? And over to the Nick Bewley corner. Wow, that just fell right into my hands. Brody Perry able to rip off the dribble to his brother, Corey.
I feel like that's a private joke that needs some context. We were enjoying putting some shots up yesterday. Hit 4 from the corner, if I can say so just quietly. Maya, though, proving that her range is a bit more than me, clearly.
We'll pretend that Nick made any other shot than those 4 in the corner.
So much criticism and critique of my action. It was really tough to take. I've only just bounced back.
I've just got your best interest at heart. I'm just trying to make you better, Nick.
Enough of this. Dobson. Nice roll. And Waikato Uni just feels like always just inching in front. Bulls chasing. Nice move though, Vano. This will put Franklin clear. Oh, good follow, Vano and Brody Perry. Decides to clear it. Didn't need to.
Yeah, didn't need to, but probably wanted a little bit more space to work with. He isn't a huge guy, so probably hard to get things going from under the hoop. Foul called.
7th team foul too, Maya.
2 shots.
Make both here and the Bulls in front.
Brody Perry and his luscious locks, they are hard to ignore, but have recently learned that the bleach blonde mullet is because he was raising money for a charity that helps with mental health for men, I'm pretty sure, so good cause.
Fantastic cause, makes both. Brody Perry, as he gets a tip here, Peter King, and a thriller of a finish on Sky Sport 4, court 1. Campbell Scott on the Jets just drains a 2 to win it 21-19 over the Hawks. So the Jets continue to roll, Maya. They're towards the top of the table, if not at the top of the table.
Yeah, I believe they may be at 9-3 now, 8-3. Possibly they've had a really good tournament and definitely in contention for the chip.
Last touch there, Daniel Dobson. So it'll stay with the Bulls as the Perry brothers switch out. Brody takes a seat. Corey into the contest. 14-13, the Bulls now in front. 2:50 remaining. Vano from the logo front iron. I think that was last touch by King, but he does ever so well to launch it back into Dobson. Now Van der Leyden with the 1.
Tied ball game now, Nick. High on ball there for Casey, looking to seal. They can't give him the ball. Corey Perry just wants to go himself.
Didn't finish there, but follows Corey Perry and doesn't get the roll. There's Nofoa, though, using all of that size and strength.
Yeah, it's quite an advantage to have such an athlete on your team.
And I believe that was last touch by Nofoa. And it'll be with Waikato Uni. And a fresh, I might say 11 seconds potentially. Stay with 12. Tofale in. King takes his seat. Bulls 1 point to the good. Ripper of a contest here as Vano fouls. No more fouls to give. Oh, sorry, Mike, for the Bulls.
Yeah, in a dangerous territory now. Obviously, both teams wanting to avoid fouling at all costs because you can't really afford to send either team to the line here and give them opportunities to collect free points.
From what I've seen, really good free throw shooting teams as well, these two. I haven't seen 4 at the line. Nice finish there from KC.
Bit of a cheat code, having someone on your team that you can feed off an on-ball screen like that. So effortless for KC Noir.
He wants the action now.
Corey Perry trying to set an on-ball for KC Noir. Could have been a huge bucket there.
Dobson hits the floor. Good hustle there to get it to Van der Leyden. Dobson gets to work inside. Now for too strong. Gets it back and puts it up and adds another one. Bulls up by 2.
Yeah, Waikato got to do something big here, but they really can't get much to go, and Casey Nuafor is just eating these guys for dinner.
Dobson with the rebound. Waikato Uni need a bucket here. It's gone a little cold as we enter the final minute. Van der Leyden leaves that one short. Oh, great work. Dobson falls into the lap of Van der Leyden, and we've got a 1-point ball game once more.
But they've got to get a stop now, disallow a score here, and then get something to go for them offensively. Casey Nuafor is not going to allow that to happen. 2-point deficit, Nick.
He's feasting. That was a lovely find by Vano. They're just going back to Nuafor. And he is putting them up and ticking the score over in ones as they call a timeout. We're going to have a discussion with 38.1 seconds left on the game clock. Bulls up by 2.
Waikato Uni got to go for a 2. Have to.
Yeah, we caught a close game with Cat Jones in the day session. Giants v Sharks. 2019 was the score, and Giants have possession. They're down. Decided to go for the layup. Southland allow it, get possession back, and then fouled. Russ Batch to the free throw line, ices the game. I feel like if you're down 1, down 2 in these sort of situations, it is actually a more high percentage play the shooters these teams have to go for the 2.
Absolutely, and Bulls would be even happy with them to score a 1 because they still maintain the lead, and they hurt us, Nick. They knew what they needed to get done, and they did it. Tied ball game.
Perfect execution. Van der Leyden to Dobson with the 2, but then Vano immediately replies with the layup. Bulls are 2 away from sealing the deal. Where do they go? Waikato Uni, fair bit of contact there, no call. And now Peter King just tackles Christian Vano out. And that's a curious decision too, given the foul situation, because Christian Vano will head to the line and be shooting 2 free throws and can ice the game.
Yeah, I'm unsure about that one. Would have liked to see him attempt to get a jump ball instead, because 2 made free throws here make it game over.
Of course, just 5 seconds on the game clock, so perhaps thought he was going to
at least get possession.
Sprint away, but Christian Vano, very efficient shooter, and makes them both, the Bulls, get the job done, but they were made to work.
That was a toughie. I didn't know which way it was going to go. Waikato Uni put up a good effort. They shot relatively well, but obviously just couldn't get it done. Casey Nuafor and Christian Vano completely took over today.
So the Bulls join the Hawks on 5 wins. We just saw the Hawks go down in a thriller to the Manawatu Jets. So the Bulls improve their position. We'll see once the table updates. That is it for Waikato Uni. They do have one more game to go, Maya, and I'm sure they'll be keen to finish with a flourish. As we take a break here on Sky Sport, on the other side, we turn our attention to the women's competition, and it's the Wizards and the Thunder. Welcome back to ILT Stadium Southland in Invercargill 3x3 Cup action. Women's competition, day 3, evening session. The Wizards and the Thunder, Hirawane, Ilia, Manu Irarangi and Gilbert. And for the Thunder, Samson, Bright, Tafata and Cook. It's been tough going for the Thunder, Maya, but how about this Wizards unit? They've really impressed.
Yeah, Wizards only 5-2, 2 losses coming in to the afternoon session on day 3 as Nick Bewley saves the day with the ball rolling near his feet.
Can do it all.
He can do it all. He's even got a spot on the court, the Nick Bewley corner. Kayla Manu Irirangi has been electric for the Wizards, 8th overall in scoring, and they are looking to be on form today, Nick.
So, in the grand scheme of things, the Wizards sitting pretty in 3rd with a 5-win, 2-loss record. So they have this game and one more to go. The Thunder, this is it for them from a pool play perspective. They currently sit in 9th position, 1 win, 7 losses. But unlike the men's competition, Maya, do get a second crack, will automatically qualify for that play-in spot.
Yep, so everyone from the women's side does qualify. Just going to be a hard playoff game. The lower position you are, looking like Thunder is going to end up that way. 1-7 is a very tough position to be in. They are a talented team. I was talking to Izzy Cook earlier, and she said they had multiple close games, but just couldn't close any of them out. That seems to be the story of multiple 3x3 teams we have here in Invercargill.
Very few blowouts from what I've called anyway over the course of the first 2.5 days. International action is underway here tonight. Main draw cards of this 3x3 competition. Game 5 of the men, New Zealand versus Australia. You can flick over and catch that. It's just getting underway on Sky Sport 4. Our focus on this Thunder Wizards contest, which is locked up at 2 apiece. There's Anna Bright firing away, front iron, but good work, Izzy Cook, but then he's got a bit stuck in the palm and didn't quite get it up high enough, and now back with the Wizards.
Yeah, Wizards are just really well-structured team and well-versed as well. All 4 players are scorers, which is a huge part of being a 3x3 team.
How about that from Izzy Cook? Double block.
She is an absolute athlete and a gun.
She copped it too. I think there's a bit of blood on the lip.
Yep, she is a battler. I'm sure we'll see her very soon. Just wipe some blood off and she'll be back. To no surprise, Lauren Sefata had a good year. I believe she went away to the under-17 New Zealand team last year and off to Taiwan with the Lincoln University team as well.
Wizards with it, Manu Irarangi, Gilbert now. And that is her trademark, I've come to know over the last 2.5 days, the up and under scoop shot.
Especially after a spin, she loves to put her opponents in a spin cycle and then get that finish to go. She's an excellent finisher on both hands. Speaking of good finishers, Anna Bright there, who's also hurt herself a year. She's number 9 in scoring in this competition. Won under-17 nationals with Taranaki and single A secondary schools with her high school, Opanaki High School. MVP of both tournaments, Nick.
It's a real CV.
That is not too bad.
Nice 2-ball there all the while from Alyssa Hirawane to put the Wizards 2 clear. So we take a second look at the foul on Raquel Sampson. It's Hirawane there. Smart foul.
Yeah, doing what she can against the bigger Sampson. Nice little dive action there from Izzy Cook. Just fumbles it out of bounds. But I like the backdoor look. You can do that a lot in 3x3 just because there's a lack of help, obviously, only having 3 players. So I like the way that Izzy Cook has exposed that, just unfortunately fumbles it out of bounds.
Interesting lineup here off the start. All players over on our side, the right-hand side.
Yeah,
Elia and Gilbert.
Looking like we're going to see, a nice breakers cut through there. So they set up as if they were going to set a down screen, except just cutting through instead. Probably not a bad option, Nick.
I like the variety of these restarts. You see that sort of 2-horn play up top. That's probably the more traditional set, but now Taranaki trying Something a little similar.
Yeah, nice. Up screen, Izzy Cook looking for a curl cut. So obviously she's an athlete with a great change of direction. We've seen a back cut from her and now a curl cut. Both these teams kind of switching up their offense a little bit as Wizards set up, and again, a different setup.
There is Kayla Manuirarangi. That mid-range game, and adds one there. As Izzy Cook now cutting to the left and finishing with authority.
Yeah, nice tough finish there. Kayla Manuirarangi is a gun, great pass.
Off was the call from Hirawanu as Elia Manuirarangi and Cook fight for the ball, and jump ball is called, so that'll go the way of Taranaki. Defensive team gets the jump ball
I like that rule.
possession. Yeah,
I like that rule. Always want to award the defense for doing a good job. A lot of contact there, Elise Gilbert. Her facial expression tells me she's not happy with that one.
update in the men's international game 5. New Zealand leading 9-6. Make that 10-6. You can catch that over on Sky Sport 4. A win for New Zealand would see them take a 4-1 series lead. So couldn't be beaten from there in terms of wins in an 8-game series, but could be matched. Hope it doesn't go back on points scored of 4-all, but that is how the tiebreak works. Is Anna Bright from the car park.
That is what she does. She is a pure shooter. Can Kayla get one? Yes, she can. We've got a shootout on our hands, Nick.
Back to a 2-point ball game as Elia takes a slip. In fact, the offensive foul there on the Thunder.
Yeah, no arguments there from anyone on the Thunder team. So you can imagine they are okay with that call. Have to take it on your chin in 3x3 and play defense. Nice little breakers cut into an on-ball. Kayla, can she get 2 in a row? No.
Have seen some teams, Maya, get a bit frustrated with the officials, but they're not going to change their minds. They'll see the call, make the call. There's Hirawanu now. Good drive and gets the roll and then tries to hustle back, but Tafata, did she clear? Yes, she did. Thumbs up. Adds 1.
2-point game.
Contest this. Wizards and Thunder as Manuirarangi again, mid-range.
Mid-range queen is what I like to coin her. She loves that. Anna Bright looking for the mid-range queen title. Can't get it to go. Stripped from Raquel Sampson.
Over with Manuirarangi once more. Step back 2. Launches into it. Not far off. And back now with the Thunder. Tafata. Oh, good step. And roll. And 1. Lauren Tafata getting into the game.
That's just, yeah, absorbs the contact. Manages to go up and under. Obviously, Manuirarangi just getting her hands in there. Gives herself a little clap of annoyance as she takes a seat. Lauren Tafata can't get the TAB free throw to go.
So 2-point ball game in favour of Waikato as Elia tries her luck. Well, contested there by Taranaki. Now Bright bombs away. Just a little off to the left. Apologises for that one, but you got to take those shots. No hesitation in 3x3.
Absolutely, you have to take what's given to you, and Anna Bright is an excellent 2-point shooter, so I'm not unhappy with that look. You can't get all of them to go, as Nick Bewley is aware of from the corner.
How many times? I've got 4 games with you here on Sky Sport 2, 4 on Sky Sport 4. So you're going to mention it, what, 10, 12 times tonight?
I'm going to try and average at least twice a game, Nick.
That's rough. Here is Izzy Cook now. Wall up there, Gilbert.
3 seconds to work with. Anna Bright's got to get it going.
Ooh, did hit the rim, but didn't beat the clock. Up next here on Court 2, Sky Sport 2, international action on the women's side, Maya. Game 5, New Zealand and Australia. New Zealand also going into Game 5 with the women with a 3-1 series lead. Interesting, just seeing the players, the New Zealand squad walk behind us who will be rested. They've, of course, got a 5-player squad, can only play 4. You got any inside oil?
Oh, I don't know.
Come on, Woj.
I haven't been talking to them that much. They've been training relentlessly for this series, and I've just been
All I'm
so
hearing
occupied.
is excuses. You know, if you'd stuck with the journalism course in Christchurch,
You're making it seem like I dropped out, Nick. I just switched my career. Let's not paint me in a bad light, all right?
I'm just trying to get some back, but yeah.
It's not working
As you
very
can
well
see,
for you.
I just don't win against Maya.
Nobody wins against Maya.
Did get free coffee off you earlier, though.
Okay, you don't need to mention that.
So, strong finish, or strong drive, I should say, from Elia. How about Tarai Elia, player you know pretty well? You were in the Pouakai mix. Saw you on the bench a couple of times there in Tavake. Tonight, spent a little bit of time with Pouakai. She's just a really well-rounded player, a lot of experience.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, Pouakai a little bit short-handed with some injuries, so Elia, based in Whangarei, when we had games near to that area, we did get her to pop in and play, and like you said, just super experienced, knows the game well, a good athlete, hustles well, able to just slot her in for some role minutes for the Pakai, and it was really awesome of her to step into that kind of position.
Basket doesn't count there, that I cannot believe it. But I think Tony Lee Smith-Hunwick is saying he caught, it was the elbow, the armbar, if you will.
It's a tough one because, you know, I don't know if she necessarily went way outside of her cylinder, maybe just an unlucky collision. However, Raquel does look sore from receiving that elbow, so not like, you know, could really go either way, I feel. But I trust Tony Smith-Hunwick and her refereeing experience.
There's Anna Bright, not far away again. Don't want to give her too much room. Good clear out there. Gilbert goes immediately back to the basket. And now the Wizards up by 5 with 3 minutes to play.
Izzy Cook, strong drive, cannot get the finish to go. Wizards looking to answer. They've got a 5-point lead here.
Yeah, looking to go to a 6-2 win-loss record, the Waikato Wizards. So look to join. In fact, this would solidify their spot in third for the time being, ahead of the Pouakai, the Queens and the Whai, with 1 and 2 spots at the moment. Queens 7-0, and the Whai 7-1. Put you on the spot here, Maya. Can you see a team outside of the Queens and Whai making tomorrow's women's final?
Yeah, I spoke about this with Justin earlier. Just because I am a Cantabrian, I want to throw Pouakai in the mix there. However, Queens and Whai looking pretty dominant at the moment. Obviously, 3x3, the most unpredictable game on the planet. But, yeah, Queens and Whai looking pretty dominant. But I'd say if there's any teams outside of those two, it'd be the Pouakai. Just think the Wizards probably be a little bit undersized to be able to knock one of those teams completely out. Any thoughts from you, Nick?
I'm nodding away here, which is pretty useless from an audio commentary standpoint.
Good job, mate.
But I think there's a couple of potential banana skin type opponents further down the table. Tavake have proven on their day with their physical approach. They get Asia Leofo going. Trinity Paio, I know she's under a bit of an injury cloud, but they can be troublesome. And the home team, just going to throw it out there. The Southland Storm yesterday took the Queens all the way to the finish. Yep. Needed a Jacinta Beckley bucket from the corner to get them out of jail. And with their twin towers, unconventional, O'Connell and Dunn, it's hard to counter that sometimes. So, look, Queens fight from the off has been my top 2, but I'm not going to say it's a lock at this point, put it that way.
Okay, interesting thoughts from Nick Bewley in the commentary box. No, I totally agree though. Like we say, just so unpredictable, and anything can happen. So it'll be interesting to see how the events unfold coming playoffs tomorrow. And tired bodies as well, Nick. You know, day 4, these guys have played a lot of basketball by then, so it'll be interesting to see how they kind of hold up and how much their game changes depending on their fatigue levels.
Update of men's international game 5. New Zealand lead Australia 15-12. 14-10 here to the Wizards. Earlier, 3 in the key. So that bucket won't count. Just a little bit of frustration creeping in on this Wizards team. I feel like they've been pretty comfortable throughout, but just unable to shake the Thunder.
Yeah, unable to shake, however, maintaining a significant, not a significant lead, but it's pretty comfortable at the moment. They're up 4, and Thunder not having really a big avenue of scoring at the moment. Anna Bright pretty unsuccessful from beyond the arc today, which is a huge part of this Taranaki offense. So it's not looking like it's going to go the way of the Thunder, but again, anything can happen in 3x3. That's 2 Anna Bright triples and they're back in the game.
Foul on the Thunder. Izzy Cook not happy with the call. Never really are when it goes against you, as Manu Irirangi will go again. And this time goes herself, swatted away by Tafata, and then off the thigh of Manu Irirangi. So back with the Thunder. It's funny, isn't it? 4 doesn't seem like a big margin given the two balls and it's a tight ball game. But there's something about 5 a bit more comfortable, and it feels significant. If Bright or Samson can get going from 2, you just never know.
Yeah.
This one back the way of the Wizards.
You definitely never know. It's just the fact that Taranaki haven't scored in multiple possessions and really don't have a lot of momentum going their way. So then to suddenly change that and hit 2 twos, it feels unlikely at this point, especially with Wizards just kind of getting what they want at the moment.
Great ball movement there, Hirawani, and then Manu Irirangi out the back of the hand. Oh, but that shot won't count. How many times has that happened recently?
I know.
Shots going through the hoop, but for whatever reason, being waved off.
Yeah, Thunder will sigh a sigh of relief. They could move 2 points closer here if Anna Bright can light it up. But again, no momentum going their way at the moment.
Samson hits from 18 feet to cut it to 3. They need more than that, though, with 50 seconds to go. Need a stop here, the Thunder. Manu Irirangi, mid-range, long rebound earlier. Chalk that up as a win, the Wizards, and now Manu Irirangi just blows by Samson. That might just seal it.
Yep, I think it's feeling a little bit out of touch from Taranaki here. Anything can happen, but it's looking like Wizards will take this one.
Manu Irirangi now gets around Tafata and finishes with the left. And this might be the last chance here for the Thunder to add to their haul. Anna Bright can't do so, follows it up and puts it in. And now with Hirawane, and they'll just run the clock down here. The Wizards move to 6-2. 16-12 winners over the Thunder.
See the last basket here. Kayla Manu Irirangi. That's tough.
Just that little hezzy.
Yeah, I like
nice.
that. A little 1 foot, 1 hand finish.
So the Wizards roll on. They're 6-2. Seeing here who they have left in this competition from a pool play perspective. The Queens. Woo! Maybe an early preview of a semi-final there. That's at 8:45 over on Sky Sport 4. We'll actually have the call for that, Maya. Looking forward to that one. And I'm looking forward to what's coming up next here. Sky Sport 2, Court 2, international action. Game 5 of the women's 8-game series between New Zealand and Australia. Well, welcome back to ILT Stadium Southland. Invercargill Night 3, 3x3 basketball. And our attention now, Maya, turns to the international series. Game 5 of the women's 8-game series between New Zealand and Australia. But just before I get to that, can touch on a result down at Court 1. New Zealand holding on. They look pretty comfortable throughout from the score updates we were getting, but just sneaking home 21-19 to take a 4-1 series lead.
Yeah, New Zealand in both the men's and women's Trans-Tasman series have been dominant. Only dropped one game, both men's and women's. And obviously the Australians not loving that, Nick.
Well, the Aussies have sent, on the men's side anyway, from the games I've seen, a slightly experimental side over. 3 young guys in Furphy, Dent, O'Donnell, who are all on state or local university scholarships. Daniel Trist just getting more accustomed to the 3x3 game in the last month or two. So they'll gain valuable experience from this. New Zealand side well versed with the 3x3 game. Of course, though, we have seen Taki Farrenson, for example, just make his international debut here. Had a 13-point game in Game 3. So look, the New Zealand men will be very happy, as will the New Zealand women at this point in time. And some interesting team news, Maya. Of course, we touched on before when we were calling the Thunder game against the Waikato Wizards that the New Zealand squad do have 5 players, so they've been rotating throughout, and that rotation has continued. No Lauren Hippolyte here for Game 5.
Yeah, and I'm just seeing in the warm-up, I'm not seeing any Bride for Australia. They only have the 3 players because they didn't bring over a 5th. Obviously, the costs of bringing over 5 players alongside staff is quite a lot. But yeah, no Bride, so possibly we're seeing only a 3-man rotation for Australia.
Well, that's significant for the Aussies. No Bride, Kennedy, Hopoate, who is their leading scorer, averaging just a tick under 5 a game in the first 4 games. And, you know, having seen in the 3x3 Cup the Tuatara, they lost Ryan Laumatea during day 1 of competition. I mean, it's hard enough with 4 3x3 rotating, but with 3, it is exhausting. So
absolutely.
New Zealand will want to keep that up-tempo style run. Poor old Taylor Evans, Michaela Can, and Jackie Trotto ragged. New Zealand are going to start with Chevy Palvast, Olivia O'Neill, and Kendall Hiramaya, with Asia Anderson, the lonely substitution there, as Australia start with it.
I'm going to be interested to see the dynamic of the New Zealand offense not having their leading scorer at Lauren Hippolyte. Obviously, in one of the games, she had 11 points, just absolutely lit it up from beyond the arc. So it's going to be interesting to see the dynamic now taking out their leading scorer. And same to say, for Australia, they don't have their leading scorer either. So dynamics might change here a little bit.
And they get an early bucket, so that'll instill a little bit of confidence. Here's O'Neill up top, Hiramaya, Palvas, ball movement there, but well done by Australia. The Kangaroos as Evans tries to thread the needle.
Yeah, so turnovers back-to-back for both teams to start this game, just trying to hit the backdoor cut, but well defended by both sides.
Australia now through Evans. Tries to use the glass, hits the floor, hauls the ball in though.
And that's what we've seen from these two sides when they compete. It is physical, Nick.
I was just about to say, if you see a player with knee pads, there's probably a reason why.
Yep, there's a good chance. We've seen that, and we've seen Zoe Richards. I believe she probably even bought a couple pairs to the 3x3 Cup by how much she hits the deck. But we love to see that kind of physicality.
Couple of extra timeouts, of course, too, in international 3x3. So that'll be welcome for the Australian squad here, who are without Bride, Kennedy, Hopoate.
Yep, so they have
that one falls in.
the opportunity to have 4 timeout breaks if they take one for themselves, and if New Zealand take one as well. So hopefully they can earn a little bit of rest, because this is a physically demanding game. Michaela Donnelly just misses the bunny.
So back with New Zealand now, and O'Neill, who just weighs up her options, finds Palvas. They go to Hiramaya down low, uses the baseline up and under and falls in. New Zealand take the lead for the first time in game 5.
Yeah, they've done a good job. Multiple options of different actions for these guys without their leading scorer, Lauren Hippolyte. Evens it up, so both teams kind of settling more into the 3x3 game.
Olivia O'Neill wide open off the clearance, decides to drive, spins, props, stops. That shot over to the right. It's referring to Michaela Donnelly. Is Michaela Can? I don't know if there's... We going Donnelly, Can?
It's Donnelly.
We're going
on the back of her
Donnelly
singlet.
on the singlet. I had Can on the notes here, but
Maybe
apologies
a married name. Asia Anderson will take the hardwood for the first time. Down screen defended well, and she fights over that screen as well. So disrupting the offense. They have 3 seconds to play here, Nick. What can Evans do? Asia Anderson is all over it.
And there's a second fall for old Taylor Evans.
Could that be a stat category of its own?
It should be. 2 each, game 5. New Zealand with a 3-1 series lead. Australia won game 3, 11-7. A real grind.
Yeah, spoke with Chevy Palvast post-game yesterday, and she said their defense is not their issue, it is their scoring. They've been unable to find their rhythm and just no real consistent way of scoring for these guys. I mean, 11 points in a 3x3 game, that is not a lot.
Taylor Evans pulls up for a 2. Can't get it to go, and Trotto tries to keep it in, but a foot out of bounds. And that's one thing that has jumped out for me, Maya, having this is my first time calling the women's internationals. A game yet to hit the 21-point number, which for me just points to that defensive orientated, obviously the shot's not falling, but real physicality. There's a noticeable lift going from 3x3 Cup, the New Zealand domestic competition, into these internationals.
Yeah, I mean, international basketball is just a whole nother level. You see the local stuff that we have here in New Zealand, it is just nothing in comparison to what international games bring, but we're so lucky to have this kind of series here to see kind of what that international basketball really means. And if you are a young aspiring athlete wanting to play for New Zealand and play internationally one day, this is definitely the games to watch.
Great work there, Chevy Palvas, to put New Zealand 2 points clear as we have our first TV timeouts. 30 seconds to talk things through. So New Zealand quartet and the Australian trio, if you're just joining us here on Sky Sport or on the FIBA YouTube channel. G'day to all our Aussies tuning in. Did you like that, Maya?
That was really good. That was really good.
That's some of my best work. I rehearsed that in front of the mirror.
Yeah, I could hear you. It was a little embarrassing, but...
Just for you or for me?
Anyway.
On a serious note, what will the conversations be at this point in time for the Australians? You mentioned that obviously the issue hasn't been the defense side, it's been the offense, just held to 2 points. And interesting, no more coaching. Just heard there, Hamish Dale. So Lauren Hippolyte, who isn't playing, just given a warning there, no more coaching. And then she points to the Australians in the corner, saying no more coaching from you as well.
I think, yeah, obviously maybe it's a little bit of a blurred line when you're actually still a player, but she is subbed out. So the rule is in 3x3, you can't be barking orders, but she's still there. Obviously just going to offer some encouragement to her teammates instead. Michaela Donnelly will go one-on-one with Olivia O'Neill. And again, the Australians struggling to put anything on the board.
And a loose handle there from Hiramaya. So it'll be back the way of the Australians. Sorry, Maya.
Sorry to cut you off there. I do want to say, I believe both these teams not shooting at a high clip, Nick. So both teams really struggling from beyond the arc. I don't even know if I've seen Australia hit a 2 yet, and that's a huge part of 3x3, and it's really hard to get points on the board and win games if you're unsuccessful from beyond the arc.
Nice finish there in close by Trotto, but Chevy Palvas getting it done here in game 5. Do we have a 2 here? No, it leaves it short, but Trotto follows it in. So a couple of added ones here from Jackie Trotto to keep it at a 1-point ball game, approaching the 4-minute mark, game 5. Off one foot there, Palvast. And a contest there for the loose ball. And it'll stay with New Zealand.
Forced into a difficult shot there. Looking to back down. I think she ran out of time. Forced to take a fader there. But possession for Australia, I believe they'll get 12 seconds on the shot clock here.
Here is Hiramaya now. Trotter in front, just head down, uses her strength, Kendall Hiramaya.
Corner on ball, well guarded by the New Zealanders. Obviously a corner on ball doesn't always produce the best results, not a lot of space to work with. The Australian have 6 seconds now, Nick.
So what is their setup here up top? They've got Evans over here on the right corner. Here comes Donnelly with the screen. And Evans, there we go, Maya Williamson. We've been waiting for it. There is the 2 ball, and that's significant in a game that's been going up by ones, now a tied ball game.
Yeah, absolutely, and they are just finding their rhythm now. It's been 2 days where they've really, really struggled. No rhythm, no really consistent scoring, but they have done it now. Things looking way better. I mean, it was 2 days of rough games, Nick, but they've gone a lot better now.
6 each, 4.5 gone. The contest, this one, as Donnelly thought she copped a bit of contact there. No call, didn't hit the rim, so Trotto's going to have to launch and get out of jail foul there. Not a good foul by Asia Anderson. And the Aussies, the Kangaroos, heading to the TAB free throw stripe, shooting a pair. They're going to get back in front, perhaps for the first time since the opening bucket.
Just like that, and she was fouled from the 2-point line, so she'll get 2. And taking the lead, interestingly, only a 2-1 foul count. The past 4 games have been very, very physical and have taken a long time due to the high foul count. Both teams obviously a little more disciplined in terms of their foul. As I say that, Evans whistled for 1.
So Olivia O'Neill heading to the TAB to shoot 1. Not much in that call. Seen them let go. It is physical. You're right, Maya. Just 4 fouls as we approach the halfway mark. And New Zealand trailing by 1. Aussie just with the 3 players almost launch and make another 2. Just off from Donnelly.
So again, still quite a low scoring game, Nick. Both teams not really finding a consistent rhythm in terms of their scoring over the last 2 days. They haven't really found an avenue at which they can go to consistently to score. As we can see, an air ball there from Asia Anderson.
Evans can't hit another 2. Well, Taylor Evans feels like Fermine has stepped up in the absence of Bryde Kennedy. Hopewadi taking on a bit more of a lead role offensively.
Kendall Hiramaya will come in to the ball game this year. Had a good season with the mainland Pakai this year, having to play point guard position when Kennedy Leonard was out with injury.
Evans, nice work there. Donnelly dishes to Trotto, and Australia back up by 2. O'Neill, will she spin? Yes, she will. Seen that move a few times before and puts it up and in. Olivia O'Neill. Another with the Pouakai in our Tuiki 5-on-5 domestic competition. In fact, we've got 3 Pouakai players, 2 Kahu players.
Yeah.
Canterbury,
Pouakai.
Auckland sort of feel.
Cantabrians repping. Love to see it. Jackie Trotto just floors Chevy. Something that doesn't happen quite a lot. High IQ play there. Taylor Evans gets probably the easiest bucket that we've seen so far. I believe Australia should be on 10. Yes, 2-point lead now for the Australians.
Well, the Aussies seem to have found an offensive rhythm, and I guess the fact that it's just the same 3, more of that continuity is there because they got no way of substituting.
Yeah, absolutely, and doesn't even seem like fatigue is an issue for these guys. You would think so, considering a physically demanding game with no sub.
As we have another one of our TV timeouts here. Two teams talking things through with the Aussies up by 2. Just got a bit of team news in courtesy Sky Sport commentator colleague Justin Nelson. So Bride Kennedy Hopoate out with illness and unlikely to feature on the second game of the evening, game 6 of the series. So that's unfortunate, but fingers crossed, she'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully, and obviously not affecting the Australians too much in this game. However, maybe a little bit harder for them to bounce back. They might be a little bit more taxed than they are in game 1 today.
Well, it's been a luxury in the first 2 days, New Zealand having 5. Now they have 5 with Australia having 3. So no doubt New Zealand will rotate again. They'll bring Lauren Hippolyte back for game 2. That is at 8:25. Justin Nelson, Judd Flavel for the call for that one. Game 2 of the night, of course. Game 6 of the series is Taylor Evans. Says not today, Asia Anderson.
Yeah, Taylor Evans has come alive. She has taken that leadership spot off of Bride Kennedy Hopoate, offensively getting it done and defensively just protecting the rim like no other. Chevy Palvas gets a high post catch here. They're going to have to work with 4 seconds from beyond the arc. Not a lot happening offensively for this New Zealand team. They are struggling at the mo.
And the decision to rest Lauren Hippolyte, New Zealand's most experienced 3x3 player here, perhaps coming back to bite, but then again, you want to see what the other 4 can do without the mainland Pouakai guard. And they are finding it a little tricky offensively. But I must say, it's the best. It is the first game I've called of the women's series, but the best from what I've been able to take in that the Australians have looked. And a big part of that is Taylor Evans. She's done really well.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously we had our concerns considering the main scorer was out, but they've done really well. Obviously they've but just become better and better over the 2 days. Obviously I don't know how much time they had together previous to this tournament, but definitely finding their feet a little bit, gelling nicely, and yeah, they've kind of been dominating New Zealand for most of this game. As we see there, a tumble is taken. Australia can't afford to have an injury.
Well, that's Taylor Evans. I've been chalking up those stats in terms of how many times she's hit the deck. I'm pretty sure that's 3.
Yeah, those knee pads coming in handy for sure.
As Chevy Palvast heads to the TAB, just shooting 1. Feels like it's been 10-8 for quite a while. Now 10-9.
Yeah, and I believe, wow, I don't know even how that happened. I just blinked and she had a wide open layup.
Wide open baseline drive. Shouldn't happen in 3x3 as Palvast can't haul it in. A bit of frustration there for the New Zealand team. First the miscommunication defensively, then the loose handle with possession. Down to 2:37 to play.
Yeah, hard for these guys to score with no Lauren Hippolyte, right? She is their best 2-point shooter by a landslide. And not having her means not a lot of outside presence for these guys. No one really here a prominent 2-point shooter. And that has come to bite them a little bit in today's matchup.
Let's take a second look there at the foul on the floor. Neither team in foul trouble in this one. Aussie with 14 fouls, New Zealand with 3. And it will be Kangaroo position.
Gonna see a horns setup here, a traditional 3x3 setup. Flare screen, and Jackie Trotter decides to seal instead. Turn and go against Kendall Hedemeier.
Not far off from Taylor Evans. Long rebound, O'Neill might have been touched. And then out of bounds, so Australia will get a fresh set. And this time a team timeout called by the Australian Kangaroos.
Yeah, well, they'll be fatigued, no doubt, with no sub. But, man, they've competed, eh?
What's a real mental edge, you feel, if Australia get the win here. Yes, they'll be a bit exhausted, but they'll be lifted by the fact that with their 3, without their most prolific scorer, getting the job done, that'll really instill confidence, and maybe you'll forget those heavy legs a bit more by the time you get into game 2 tonight, game 6 of the series. And it sends it to 3-2, really makes it exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. And these guys are professional athletes, so they know how to endure any soreness, and they have a great bunch of staff that are there to help them recover quickly. And we see another bucket extends their lead to 3. This New Zealand team just can't buy a bucket.
Yeah, Hirameyer and Donnelly this time hit the floor, contesting the loose balls. We take a look in the GJ Gardner-Holmes replay. A fair few bruises come Sunday, no doubt. And Australia earn possession, up by 3, and Donnelly again.
I feel like she's just found her way to have an open lap at the rim 4 or 5 times today. I've been very impressed with her ability to just rip and get on the rim with 2 or so dribbles.
There's Evans looking to rip there. Stops on a dime, just doesn't get quite the right weight on that shot. Now with O'Neill, New Zealand chasing here. And O'Neill launches away to the left, and Australia will let this dribble out. And that 2-ball game, the perimeter shooting in New Zealand, this hasn't been on song here in Game 5.
Yeah, and it's getting to the business end of this match. Australia looking like it's going to go their way. New Zealand are going to need some serious mahi first to get defensive stops, but also they need to get points on the board. Obviously, we know the easiest way to do that, Nick, is from downtown. However, they have had no luck from beyond the arc tonight, so I don't see it happening. They're going to have to put in some serious work to claw back in this ball game.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it? Because the 2-ball isn't flowing, but there's a minute 30 left and you're down by 4, and that's the quickest way to tie it up, get ahead. So what's the higher percentage play here?
It's so hard to know, right? And they obviously have to take what's given to them as well. However, they have to get stops, and they can't do that 5-point deficit. It's looking like it's going to be Australia's night tonight. Not if Olivia O'Neill has anything to do with it.
It's the largest lead of the ball game, short-lived, but Australia's still up by 4, and then a smart foul there. O'Neill, another foul to give New Zealand. Down 4, a minute 13 to play as we take a look at Evans getting wrapped up there by O'Neill. So Australia win here, it sends it to 3-2 in the 8-game series. On the men's side, the Tall Blacks 3x3 are up 4-1 over the Kangaroos. That was last touched by Australia, so good work there, O'Neill and New Zealand. A minute 4 here on the clock, and Chevy Palvas is going to start with it. Hirameyer and O'Neill out on the left-hand side.
Yeah, nice little breakers cut action there. O'Neill almost loses the ball. This is desperate. Hirameyer needs to get this to go, and she does. The bag is open late at night on a Friday, and deep, deep south.
Needed that.
Needed that indeed.
Cuts it to 2 just like that. The deficit is halved. 12-14. Big position this for Australia. Can they edge it past a 1-possession ball game? Donnelly, Trotto, mid-range, won't go. Palvas, tidies. We could have overtime here. Chevy Palvas with the strong drive to finish. She's pumped. She'll head to the TAB and look to tie things up.
Gimme that, says Chevy Palvas. Huge free throw on the way, Nick. This could tie things up. Just as we were saying, it was unlikely for New Zealand. They have crawled their way back. Game is tied.
There it is, 14 each. The last 4 points for New Zealand, last 5 in fact. Evans will drive. New Zealand have a foul to give. Smart foul there. Palvas, no more though.
Yep.
Australia, 25.8 seconds on the game clock. They'll get a fresh 12. As O'Neill subs herself back in for Asia Anderson. Where do the Aussies go?
High
Game.
post catch there. See a slip from Taylor Evans, deciding not to give her the ball. Donnelly has been able to get to the rim with ease. Not
One
long.
on the shot clock though. She's not going to get it up in time. Yes, she is.
This is the last possession of this game. Chevy Palvas delivers to Olivia O'Neill. Oh my goodness.
We're heading for overtime. Free basketball awaits here at ILT Stadium, Southland. How about that for a finish?
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be all over for New Zealand after that bucket there from Michaela Donnelly, but a lovely backdoor cut, pass delivered by Chevy Palvas, and an excellent finish by Olivia O'Neill. So first to score 2 here, Nick. Whew.
I'm catching my breath here in commentary, let alone these players. Poor old Australia. I felt like they might have thought they had it.
Yeah, and we thought that too, Nick. Admittedly, we were calling it from the commentary
I was
booth.
getting ahead of myself. 3-2 series. It's getting tight, you know. New Zealand had other ideas. They have possession here. They didn't start the game with the ball, so they start with it here. A 2 would win it for New Zealand. Will Jeremiah go for it? No, offloads to Palvas. She puts her head down, up and in. New Zealand take the lead. They're 1 away.
Yeah, Chevy Palvast has been an excellent finisher at the rim. Foul there from Olivia O'Neill. This could be game over if they make these free throws.
7th team foul. O'Neill recovered.
Yeah, and I don't know about that foul, Nick. You know, I think just let her get the layup.
She was going so quick. It was going to be quite a tough shot. Makes the first. Jackie Trotto. What's she got? The crowd's on the end of their seats. Jackie Trotto and foul.
My! They
Rebound,
just don't
no,
want
Evans.
this game to end. Evans pulls game.
Relief for the Aussies, who win game 5. A thriller in the chiller. 17-16 in overtime.
Whew. An unlikely victory as well. 3 players, but they get it done. What a thriller win that is.
A huge credit to the Kangaroos and New Zealand for that comeback. Just not enough there in overtime as we send it down to Justin Nelson.
Michaela desperately needed that win, and wow, what a way to do it.
Yeah, really proud of the girls. We spoke about handling adversity and, you know, stepping up to the challenge this morning, and just super proud of our effort on both ends of the floor.
And speaking of that adversity, Bride, of course, we understand she's sick at the moment.
Yeah, she got a knock to the head last night, so isn't fit to play at the moment, so cheering us on from home.
Well, you're right back in it. It's 3-2 now. Another game to come tonight. Game on. Aussies and Kiwis living up to all expectations.
Absolutely. Happy to be here and just, rising to the challenge, and we're learning every game, and that's what we want to do, is keep getting better.
Hey, well done on the win. Go rest up.
So thanks so much.
Cheers, Justin. Time for a quick break here on Sky Sport. On the other side, 3x3 Cup action marching on. And it's the women's competition. 2 plays 3. It's the Whai and the Pakai. Welcome back to ILT Stadium, Southland, Invercargill, Nick Bewley, Maya Williamson, 3x3 Cup action, the women's competition after that thrilling international Game 5. The New Zealand women going down in overtime. The Australian Kangaroos, Maya, absolute cracker to follow.
Yeah.
Hard act to follow, but I think we're going to get another beauty. The Whai and the Pouakai, two of the top teams so far in the competition. The Whai on the court at present. Dale, Kirasome and Cooney for the Pakai in reds. Whitaker, Samia and Day. And substitutes Kavana Lene for the Pouakai, Anika Highlands for the Whai. How do you see this one playing? Because these two teams, as mentioned, just been really good thus far. I think just dropping the one game.
Yeah, so Whai 7-1, Pouakai 5-2 went down to the Queens and the Wizards, I believe, and Whai went down to the Queens as well. But this is going to be a tight ball game. And I really don't have a pick, Nick. I feel like it depends on the day, you know. If McKenna Dale can get going, there's no one that can shoot like her in the Women's League. However, hasn't had a lot of luck. She is the competition's #1 scorer with 62 points after the 2 days. However, only 24 of those 2-point shots, which is unusual for her high clip of shooting. You see Lauren Whitaker, she's going to be a huge part of their offensive strategy today.
As Whitaker heads to the TAB to push the Pouakai out to an early 3-0 lead, and does just that as Lene checks in. Here's Kitasome now from the 3x3 Cup logo. Can't get that one to go.
I believe you mean the Maya Williamson logo, Nick, but what ifs?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Great move, Lauren Whitaker.
Spin. Tiana Day with the follow. Can't get that to go, and last touch by Day. So this is the Whai's last game in pool play. They're done after this. They can put their feet up. And it feels like if they win, they will finish in the top 2.
Yeah.
If they lose, they'll have to wait and see what the Wizards can do. However, just looking at the points differential in terms of points scored between the Whai, the Wizards, and the Pouakai, the Whai are in the box seat there, have a healthy lead over the Wizards and Pouakai, so may hold on to second spot with a win, but with a loss, but will obviously be wanting to win.
Yeah, obviously, but I definitely think even with a loss, still #3 seed means you play quite a lower seed team, and they definitely have the ability to beat pretty much anybody here, so I don't think they'll be too unhappy with that, as #1 scorer McKenna Dale gets one on the board for the Whai. So Pakai, an early lead here. And Lauren Whitaker just proving to be a force to be reckoned with. There's really nobody in this Whai team that has the ability to guard Lauren with her size.
Subs in for both teams. As Kitasome just says, a little bit more movement. As she runs with Highland and Cooney, the two youngsters still at high school. And Kitasome bombs away and puts the Whai within 1.
Yeah, she's had a great Tauihi season with the Whai under Mel Bennett, and then had a very good 3x3 tournament as well. She shot really, really well. You can see her. She's electric, a great leader, leading these two young girls as McKenna Dale takes a seat.
There is Rosie Samia, similarly to Kitasome, of the two youngsters here from St Andrews College in Christchurch. Samia taking on a bit more of a leadership role this year. That basket won't count, 3 in the key. But it felt like last year Rosie could just sort of slot in there with Tessa, Wagner, Alafotu, and Jacinta Beckley in that Pouakai team that went all the way to the title. But this time around, it's a slight step up. Yes, the youngsters are holding their own too and adding what they can, but really impressed by Rosie Samia in this tournament.
Yeah, totally. Not only is the leadership a huge part of her new role in this team, but also the scoring, and she's really come alive. #4 scorer in this competition. Obviously, like you said, last year had some pretty powerhouse scorers, and obviously she's taken over that role, and it's worked well for the Pouakai.
Shot clock violation there by the Pouakai though, and Whai earn it back. And we'll look to level the scores or go ahead here as Dale checks back in. Kitasome, Cooney in the corner. Look good off the hand, is good.
Yeah, and if she can get going, she can be dangerous. I've seen her shoot at a very high clip. I believe she had 5 second-half threes in her semi-final at secondary school nationals. And you see just that physicality from Whai there. We'll give away a foul. 14 fouls already, Nick, so kind of getting into dangerous territory with 7 minutes left to go.
Yeah, I feel like if you ever got more fouls than minutes played, it's a little bit uncomfortable.
100%.
4 fouls now in 3 minutes for the Whai, something they need to be mindful of.
Yeah, nice little bucket there from Rosie will even things out. Swarming defense by Lauren Whitaker. Oh, I'm surprised there was no whistle there for anything just then.
Yeah, we both spotted it. I think it was accidental, but right in the mush there. Jade Kitasoma, who finishes well.
And yeah, no surprise, just the lob goes up to Lauren Whitaker. Kitasome couldn't do enough to stop that. Even ball game once again. Kitasome heard me, extends the lead to 2.
Now, how about it? Nice hand there from McKenna Dale, but Kitasome and Whitaker just going at each other ever since that little unfortunate incident, if you want to call it that.
I guess Kitasome just kind of recognising she's got the faster feet out of her, and Lauren Whitaker doing a good job to clear and immediately accelerating off of the dribble. Only takes her about 2 dribbles to beat Lauren Whitaker open at the rim.
Here's Tiana Day now, and finishes nicely with the right, but quick transition. Look, good offhand. McKenna Dale just a little shallow, follows it in, and good hands there, Tiana Day.
Yeah, Tiana Day, also an experienced 3x3 player, had a little stint with the Dolphins over in Montreal. Kavana Lenny evens things out now. What a game it has been already.
Don't leave McKenna Dale open. She doesn't make them play. As the ball evades everyone, 9 each.
Yeah, really surprising. Like, McKenna Dale, we saw her light it up in Tauihi. You know, she shot the absolute heck out of it this season. Hasn't really done so, but still the competition's leading scorer now.
I think her game is now very well known across the league, across New Zealand. They know it with that perimeter threat, and I've actually been impressed by the way she's gone to her second, third option. She's gone inside a lot and had to do things like this in terms of being the bigger body there, muscling up against the likes of Whitaker.
Yeah, and you know, as she becomes a more prominent player in New Zealand, she's aware that the coverage for her is to run her off the line. But she has a great ability to get to the rim as well. She's been able to beat people off the dribble with just 1 or 2 dribbles, knowing that they are coming out at her hard. Kitasome goes against Kavana Lenny, who contests well.
Now free in the corner, Lene. Can't connect on that occasion. 1 point ball game in favour of the Pouakai. Make that a tied ball game after that loop up and in, using the rim well there, McKenna Dale.
Yeah, tough finish. Nice pick and roll action. Lauren free as a bird under the rim there. Lovely pass from Rosie Samia.
I mean, great work there, Whitaker, but it's a bit too much on it. Just 7 seconds on the shot clock here for the Whai.
Pakai coming out with something to prove. They have cleaned up their act coming into this game. They obviously don't want to drop yet another and go to 5-3.
Here's Dale now using the screen, but Lene has seen a fair bit of that in the course of the last couple of days. Says, not in my house, and now bombs away. Doesn't make. Dale screaming for it, was open, wasn't a great pass, and the opportunity goes begging. So it remains 11-10 to the Pouakai, 4:29 remaining. Quite done well to keep that foul count at just 5 at this point. They're on 4 inside 3 minutes. Nice spin move again. Lauren Whitaker, you're right, Maya. Just no one really in this Whai roster can handle her. And how about that? The youngster, Nika Highland, corner 2, excuse me.
Yeah, evening things up. Speaking of youngster, gets to the rim. Tiana Day strips that off Kitasome and cuts. Finishes against a smaller Hanikuni. A tough finish there from Tiana Day. We are congested in the corner there. No space to go for Hanikuni.
A very rare traffic jam in Invercargill there.
1 point lead for Pakai. Basically nothing in it. Whai are in dangerous territory in terms of their fouls. Just 2 to give before they send Pakai to the free throw line.
And the Whai will know, we'll be wanting to give it everything, as mentioned earlier in the broadcast, their last game of pool play. The Pouakai still have to face the home team, the Southland Storm, at 9:25 tonight.
Yep, it's been a big day for the Pouakai. Obviously coming in probably a little bit more fatigued. I believe they have more games today than the Whai do.
Here is Samia now. Oh, nice cut and finish there. So comfortable with the offhand, Lauren Whitaker.
Yeah, and a really great delivery from Rosie Samia. They know they can trust to really give Lauren any pass and she will catch it. McKenna Dale is desperate not to let this one get out of reach.
Foul on the floor as Whitaker looked to drive there. Smart foul there by the Whai. Still had one to give, but now hit that 6 mark. Anything from here. And the Pouakai shooting from the TAB free throw strike.
And they are a smart team, so I'm sure they're aware that they are in a dangerous territory now. They do their best to just play disciplined defense. Tiana Day recognizing that she just needs to go at them.
Good work there by Highland to stay with it, and the foul is going to go her way. A push there by Day. So 5 possession up top. Highland, Dale and Kitasome on the floor for the Whai. Looking to close out pool play with just 1 defeat, but with work to do as Anika Highland fires away. Leaves it right. Samia with it now for the Pouakai.
Yeah, Anika Highland making it difficult. They've only got 3 seconds now. Kavana's got to force something up. Good defensive position for Whai. They could take the lead here with a 2.
Good work there by Dale using the arm, but no, too much. Offensive foul called.
Yeah, no free throws on an offensive foul, but they are at 7 now, Nick, so any foul. And we've got 3 minutes left to play as well, and it's looking like it's going to go the distance, just considering it's a lot of points to score.
Yeah, it's a long way to be in the bonus. A good hand there, Dale, and then straight up, no foul called, so smart work. Can they get Dale free on the perimeter? She'll drive again as Lene swats. And there's a fair bit of contact there. Double whistle. And they've both spotted the same thing, the coin officials. So a free throw awaits for McKenna Dale, I believe. Yep, was on the way up.
Just see that there. She utilised her shot fake so well. Kavana Lene stepping forward, going all her momentum in that direction. McKenna Dale recognises that and just rips straight past her. Then Kavana in a vulnerable position. McKenna has obviously studied the way people are defending her and knows how she can counter it.
Big mismatch here. Whitaker, easy money, and puts Pouakai back in front by 1. Oh, nice pass. Oh, but Lene, no, thank you.
Not in at my house. Nick, do we think the score is 15-14?
I believe
feel?
it's still a 1-point margin. Yep, so we'll just keep an eye on that. I believe the officials, in fact, the Whai coach, Alex Stojkovic, has alerted the officials.
Yeah, don't believe they put that McKenna Dale free throw up. So Pouakai do have a 1-point lead. I believe that is the correct. So it should be 15-14. We're just having discussion with the school bench officials. Just trying to communicate with the school bench officials right now.
Yeah, 15-14. Yeah.
Nick is in communication with them, looking like they're going to fix it. So there we have it, 15-14 is the official score of this ball game, and Whai will have possession now. Jade Kitasome with the ball up the top.
It's a good spotting there by the Whai coaching team. They can't coach,
No,
but they can alert
Yep,
the officials to mistakes. So
point out score errors, especially in a close contest like this. Kitasome loses her footing, but gets the foul call.
yeah, a bit of a foot trip there, unintentional. Was on the floor as we take a second look. Good work there to catch Samia in the air and drive. So they get a second crack here. Kitasome. Day does well, staying in front. No call. And Pouakai possession. So that was really well done there by Tiana Day, who takes a seat.
Yeah, smart play there. Just staying in her cylinder and staying vertical, forcing Kitasome into a tough shot.
So 2:12 remaining in this one as advertised. 2 versus 4, and there's just 1 point in it as Whitaker turns, puts it up from the elbow, can't get it to go. Cooney back to Kitasome. Dale cutting. Kitasome finds that connection. The Kitasome-Dale combo there, just so in sync. As Lene puts it up, doesn't get it to go, but that was last touch by Dale.
Yeah,
So it'll be Pouakai ball, tied ball game, 15 each. This, you're right, Maya, with 1:47 to go. We're going the distance. Could we have back-to-back overtime?
surely. That would be an absolute treat, wouldn't it, Nick? Nice little give and go action. Lauren fakes the handoff and just rips and drives. She has been monumental for Pouakai here today. Whai, just nobody to guard her.
Well, they need to go back to that play. Oh, lovely ball movement there. Execution. Cooney. Cash money. Cooney.
She has ice in her veins. She doesn't want to let this one go. She wants to go out to an 8-1 record, the youngster.
So Whai, 1 point to the good. 17-16. Samia with it now. Cooney does really well. Great couple of possessions by the youngster.
And then Rosie just overzealous and trying to protect the clearance there. They have none to give now themselves, Nick, and I'm going to see a timeout called here just to regain some composure. I really like the discipline that the Whai play with. Obviously, Mel Bennett's done a really good job up there in Tauranga to develop a system in which all the players want to buy into. They move the ball really well, play nice, aggressive, but disciplined defense. We saw Honey Cooney there contesting with the long arms, but not fouling.
I'm a little surprised the Pouakai haven't gone back to the Whittaker drive. The cut, it's worked so well. But they've gone a little away from it the last couple of possessions. We'll see here. Looks like she might actually take a seat. No, it's just chucking the towel away. So Whittaker, Samia and Lene for the Pouakai. Dale, Kirasome and Cooney for the Whai, who lead by 1. 1:15 remain. Any more fouls here too from the Pouakai and the fire shooting. Great contest this one. Samia, oh, good fake, just the hesitation there. The threat of Whittaker, and it's tied ball game again.
Yeah, we're all tied up here. Honey Cooney, she's hit one, clutch one. Can't get that one to go. Could we see an overtime finish? The lob goes to Lauren Whittaker. Ice in her veins. There is no stopping her, Nick.
Couple of really smart plays by Samia as Dale drives. Tied ball game once more. 46 seconds to go. Samia uses the left arm well and Pouakai back in front.
Yeah, lovely hezzy move. Gets Kirasome stuck in the mud. Dale tries to answer. That's going to be 2 free throws.
Certainly is. So the Whai can move to 20 here if Dale hits both from the TAB stripe. It was a strong baseline drive, but Rosie Samia thought it wasn't foul worthy. Officials saw it differently. Dale makes the first. Tied ball game once more. We might get to 21, Maya.
We could.
Dale hits them both.
Clutch. Rosie Samia to ice the game. No.
Dale
Whai
chases it down. Here come the Whai now. McKenna Dale loops it in. No. Last touch by the Pouakai. Great hustle, Kirasome. 6 seconds left on the shot clock. 20-19 they lead. They just need 1.
No margin of error here for the Pakai. Defensively, they cannot let anything go.
Oh, great screen, Kirasome. Dale crashes in the advertising. Whittaker free, can't foul, up and in. 20 all, last possession. You'd think 10 seconds, next bucket wins. Or are we going to overtime? Kirasome, back to Dale. Gets Whittaker in the air. And she sinks it.
It's over.
McKenna Dale calls game.
Ice in her veins, Nick. She's a shooter.
What can't she do as Kirasome just puts the crown on her head. She is the queen of this court. How about that? Overtime in the Women's International, and now an absolute thriller, 22-20. The Whai dropped just the 1 game, guaranteed a top 2 finish in this women's competition. As we send it to a break here on Sky Sport, Me and Whai need to put our feet up.
Yeah, mate.
We're jumping around here in commentary. And we'll take a short break on the other side, the Tuatara and Tavake Pacifica, and called by Justin Nelson and Judd Flavel.
Welcome back to ILT Stadium, Southland here in Invercargill. Night 3 rolls on at the 3x3 Cup. Tuatara and the Tavake Pacifica doing battle now. Just underway. Judd Flavel joining me in commentary. Wow, last couple of games on this court have been quite remarkable. McKenna Dale, did you see that? For the Whai on the buzzer.
I missed it. I was actually down the other end watching an intense game between the Nuggets and the Saints. Huge. We talked about players playing with teams with desperation. Man, we got it at both ends here.
Huge, absolute thrillers tonight here at the 3x3 Cup. A lot of fun. Hope you're enjoying it, no matter where you may be watching, across New Zealand and right around the world. The last of the preliminary games, of course. All the playoffs start tomorrow as Ruben Fitzgerald is fouled, and he's got a chance to get the opening points of this one for the Tuatara, who need to keep winning. We're saying that about a lot of teams, aren't we, Judd?
That's right. I mean, looking at the table, this is a must-win for Tavake. I think a loss here keeps them outside of the 10, so... I mean, the Tuatara with 6 wins and 5 losses. I mean, they have they're in the 10 currently, so they may be safe if they drop this one.
Well, the Tuatara fans are hoping that at the other end of the court at the moment, that the Nuggets can get up and shock the Saints. So there's a lot riding on just about every single game right now across both courts at the 3x3 Cup. Here's a chance for Truleo Lasungiape, who leaves that one well short.
Yeah.
Of course, all the action on Court 1 coming to you live on Sky Sport 4 tonight. And every game right here on Court 2 on Sky Sport 2. Here's Will Ledger, knocked out of his hands by Tyrone McLennan, who's been a little bit of a highlight machine, hasn't he?
He certainly has. I mean, look for their half-court set for the lob as well. We saw that last night, actually altered the hoop, and they stopped the game that needed to move the game to the other court.
More international basketball coming your way on both courts tonight as well. Australia, New Zealand both have a game to come, men and women. The men currently leading the Trans-Tasman Series 4-1 now, whereas the women, the Tall Ferns and the Kangaroos, 3-2 New Zealand's way. Josh Ledger here, Ruben Fitzgerald. Sorry, I should say Tane Waddy's out there now.
Yep.
Josh Nicol for Tavake. How much fun has it been watching Tavake Pacifica? I interviewed Josh Nicol a little bit earlier on, Judd, and it's just a breath of fresh air.
Josh, interviewing Josh?
Just Tavake and the culture and the way that they just enjoy their basketball. And one of the things we spoke about is the fact that between the men's and the women's teams, they're just constantly supporting each other. They're always around and encouraging each other, and of course they're fresh on the scene. This is just their second season at the elite level, and
yeah, I mean, you know, this is these guys are enjoying their basketball, certainly putting Tavake on the map and out here competing.
Here's Tuatara Laval.
Just going to go straight through you.
Used his body well, didn't he? 5-2 the score. Tuatara will ledger, bodied off it by Nickel, hands it back.
Yeah, and you'll see Tavake just with their defensive ability to be able to just knock guys, winning that first hit. I've said it a few times before, but that first point of contact from a defender, you can line them up and put a little bit more weight into what you usually would in the 5-on-5 game.
So Tuatara Laval at the TAB here has been awarded the one shot, puts it up, puts it in. So the margin back to 2. Early days here, Ruben Fitzgerald, what a tournament he has had.
He has. Nice little lean back there with the little midi. But yeah, he's doing a lot of his damage from the outside, carrying the scoring the load with this team. The other player I've been impressed with is Josh Ledger here. Obviously a big man, but playing face-up basketball, putting the ball on the floor, looking to get to the basket. You know, for a big man like that, you know, pretty impressive.
And he's an emerging pro, isn't he, of course, getting more and more opportunities in the Sal's NBL.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he's still developing. He's having, I think experiences like this is only going to do wonders for him, upskilling him, rather than just playing that traditional 5-man, just being stuck and buried under the basket. Now we've seen him making decisions from the perimeter and showcasing his skill set.
Tane Waddy finishing at the hoop nice and strong. 7-4. Tuatara need a win here as they stay in contention for the playoffs. Big block there, Josh Ledger. Won't be able to control it in the end, much to his own frustration. And Tavake Pacifica retake possession. GJ Gardner-Holmes replay. Nice defense.
Yeah, showcasing skill set, showcasing he can move his feet with the guards. And of all the guards, the Songi Api is one of the toughest matchups to stay in front of.
There's Josh Nickel from the GJ Gardner-Holmes decal. And there's a foul underneath here.
That outside shooting for the Tavake has picked up as this tournament's gone on. You know, they're now winning ball games, and a lot of that has been able to knock these shots down.
McLennan in the corner, looked nice off the hand. Eventually out of play. And the Tuatara will retake possession. They're up by 3 early stages of this game this evening. Coming up after this, more men's action, and it will be an absolute beauty as Fitzgerald nails the 2. Not too far away, Judd. The Whai and the Jets, 2 teams in a fair bit of form right now.
Yeah, the Whai looking dangerous.
Josh Nickel looking dangerous as well. 9-6.
Go on.
Gerald over the top. McClellan out to the corner, back inside. Look at that, surrounded by tall timber. Tyrone McClellan. He did not flinch.
He's just too quick. I think he gave a little in and out, sort of offset the big man's weight and had him going one direction while he was up, finishing on the other side.
The twin Ledger Towers. McClellan misses from the TAB.
McLennan, like, really come to life in this 3x3 setting. My first look at him, we talked about his aerial ability, you know, being able to finish upstairs, but also being able to put the ball on the floor. And that's what you're going to get in this 3x3 setting. Yeah. A lot, you can't hide. You have to be able to do a bunch of different things, and it's great for these guys to be able to have this opportunity to do this.
Well, he's another one that's been on the periphery, Judd, of the Sal's NBL, in and around the scene, and he's getting the chance to shine right here. That won't count. Didn't clear the ball, apparently. That's the call from the coin officials. So that basket will not count. 5:15 to play. Tuatara leading by 3 points. Not so easy to come by here. Josh Ledger bodied off it, foul called. He'll head to the TAB stripe with a chance to add one and take the Tuatara into double figures.
Josh Ledger has been a pretty dominant force, and I talked about his ability to take it off the dribble and get to the basket, but you know, anything around the basket, he has the significant size mismatch, and I think Tuatara have been able to utilize that to their good effect.
Nice work by
play
Ruben
on,
Fitzgerald.
Josh. Play on, Josh. It's not your call, it's the ref's call.
Yeah, there's no whistle, there's no use asking for it.
This ain't a scrimmage pickup game.
Waddy gets all the way to the hoop.
Go ahead, knock that down, Josh.
And he does. Josh Nickel for 2. And all of a sudden, things just start to open up a bit, 11-10. Waddy turns the corner, fouled. Trailing official calling that one.
Yeah, the right call. Gave him a bump, I think. Not. Yeah, good to see the replay here. Just upstairs there with the arm.
Tane Waddy.
Late calling.
Yeah, the diagnosis from what we heard for Ryan Lumatia, who headed home with that knee injury, not the diagnosis that he or his teammates wanted to hear.
Seeing the two players split, both asking for the call, asking for the ball on that one.
$11-10. Tuatara needing to win this game, Judd. All on the line right now.
Yeah, both teams. Tavake, I think, even more. I think this is a must-win. A loss here could see them out of the tournament.
Good work there by Lasongiape, and look at that. Defense to offense. Great work, Drew Leo Lasongiape.
I've seen that numerous times over this week. As soon as he squares you up, he's giving you the hizzy and the crossover. Defense just lunging at the basketball, flat-footed. You got to keep backing up as soon as he gets into that mode.
If Tavake can get the win here, they'll move to 4-8 with 1 game to play, right on the precipice of the top 10. Fitzgerald adds one.
Oh, nice touch there.
The Tuatara, if they win, they go to 7-5, and they are home in the top 10. If they lose, though, they'll be at 6-6 with a game to play, and they've got the Hawks and the Bulls breathing down their neck. The surprise packet, for all the wrong reasons in the last couple of days, the West Coast Rapids started day 1 with a 4-1 record. They have since, and they were top of the table, they have since lost 8 straight and gone from the top of the table all the way down to 11th.
We were talking them up, weren't we, after day 1, just with their hot start. They'd lost a game, like 1 game and then won 4 straight. Now, yeah, on the receiving end of those losses has really put them in a tough spot.
Fitzgerald looking to answer the McLennan basket, 14-12.
Once again, you see the hezzy crossover. Just can't be, you can't stay still as a defender. You got to keep those feet moving and backing up when he's in that mode. One thing you can't afford to give up is the long 1 pull-up, something that you won't see in 3x3 very often.
$14-15. Tavake with the lead now, 3:26. And all of a sudden, bit of pressure on Tuatara here, Judd.
Yeah. Tavake doing a great job, as they do. Tavake known to have a little bit of a slow start, get midway through the game, and they start to find their feet. They start to, I guess, get their scoreboard ticking over, and it's here we are again. You know, familiar territory for them in a grind.
Ledger's unable to get a basket there. It winds back up with Lasongiape, and he is playing some terrific basketball right now.
Just too quick.
Tataga Laval wrapping up Josh Ledger. 2 young bucks locking horns. Have a look at this. GJ Gardner-Holmes replay.
Yeah. Tutaga Laval had a maybe a case there just with the hook.
They go at it again, and there's the foul on Josh Tuatara, which will put Ledger to the TAB in a really tight contest.
Yeah.
And I know we sound like a broken record, but it just feels like every single game here at the 3x3 Cup, there's just 1 or 2 points in it down the stretch.
Yeah, we've seen some great battles here. I think it's like we talked about, teams getting familiar with each other, the chemistry. We've seen some great basketball now. It's definitely picked up since day 1 and day 2. Oh, yeah, that's...
Can't do that, Josh Ledger. No doubt about the foul there. And Tavake will hold possession. Here's the replay. There's the bump with the hip. McLennan for 2. Nickel keeps it alive. They just all watched.
They just stood there.
And they pay the penalty for it.
They're down 3 now.
Big basket there from Josh Nickel.
McLennan, undersized, but enough of a presence on the top, challenging that shot.
Well, Josh Ledger was just holding him off with one arm then, but it was enough pressure.
Well, McLennan knew he timed those 2 steps. He got his time in as well and decided, I'm going to meet you upstairs, big fella.
It's a game on, 2:31 to play. Tavake by 3 now. A win here keeps them in the hunt for the top 10. They would need to win their last game. Fitzgerald gets after it. Well done. Hands it off to Ledger. Off the glass for 1. Back in it. Tuatara down by 2.
Unlucky not to get the foul too.
Lasongi putting it upstairs. Ambitious stuff there.
Yeah, I think he's asking for the foul. I think if he had control of the basketball, he had a good case for that. Fitzgerald put in some body contact on that one.
Here is Ruben Fitzgerald. Can shoot from range. A big 2 here would make it interesting. Waddy puts it on the floor. Foul called. And that will push Tavake to their 6th foul. Signal there from our coin officials. Plenty of time here. The team in teal needs to come up with something special. This is the man who can do it. Yes. Just like that, Ruben Fitzgerald ties it up 18 apiece. Tavake have had their hearts broken a number of times so far here at the 3x3 Cup. They've been right in it so many games. Tuatara can't hit. Josh Ledger rebound. Look who's got it. The man who is a scoring machine off the glass for 1. He's fouled. He's off to the TAB. That is how good Ruben Fitzgerald is going at the 3x3 Cup.
Wow, he had no room to work with there on the baseline as well. Managed to put that thing back in the right hand. Found the kiss off the backboard for the nice finish.
2018, of course, 7th foul for Tavake. So Ruben Fitzgerald can wrap it up here. In fact, does that make it 19-18? No, it was 20, and that is 21. Score ticker just momentarily behind, so that'll do us. Tuatara get the win, 21-18. Judd, as we said all the way through, desperately needed.
Yeah, that's right. Great win for the Tuatara. You know, solid win here against the desperate Tavake. Tavake looking unlikely to proceed onto this tournament. But they've had a great performance, as you say. You know, they've got their first wins of this 3x3 Cup. We've seen them progress and improve with every day. Just not enough wins earlier on day 1 and day 2 to keep them in the mix.
Coming up next, an absolute beauty. Have a look at this on the scorecard, the Whai and the Jets. It is going to be on both of these teams right up the top of the table. At the moment, 3x3 Cup continues from Invercargill after the break. Don't go away. Welcome back to ILT Stadium, Southland, in the deep, deep south here in New Zealand. Whai and the Jets coming up. Looking forward to this one, Judd Flavel. The Jets are 9-3, second on the table as it stands at the moment. And the Whai are in equal third, 8-4, locked up with the Sharks and the Giants. So the Whai can make a move here.
They can.
Jets underway, Jackson Stent unable to convert.
The other stat I'm looking at here, which could come into play, is just the points percentage, the points for that they have, the Whai, sitting in a great position.
Got to get the win, though, to put themselves a little bit higher up the table. The Jets have been most impressive here at the 3x3 Cup.
They have. You know, they've gone with the inside-outside attack, able to beat you with offensive rebounds and putbacks, can shoot it from the outside, got true, legit shooters. So, you know, hence the reason why they're sitting in amongst the leaders.
And it's a well-balanced unit, isn't it? Some good size, some good height, some good guards, solid players, as you said, inside, outside. The big fellas can step out and hit the long-range shots as well.
What I like about this Whai team is just the activity that they have. You watch how quick the pace of the game that they play with. A lot of slip screens. Right there is a perfect example. Stent and Judd stuck on the basketball. A lack of communication gives up the roll. They have been destroying teams with that action and that slip. It's just with the pace of it.
Momosia and Boucher teaming up. Here is Jaden Boucher at the TAB. Can't complete it though. So the Jets lead this one by 2. Oh, heavy contact there.
Heavy contact, yeah.
Momosia held up by Stent.
Don't think Stent needed to use one that quickly. He's got the size on him. You know, I think refs allow body contact without the wrap up. So, you know, put in a good first contact and see if you can knock the person off balance.
Third foul for the Jets in just
right.
over a minute of play. Big block there, Liam Judd. We've seen that once or 7 times already.
Good athlete, Liam Judd. Not just a straight shooter. You know, good size for a wing, able to get up off the floor.
Really burst onto the scene, didn't he, in the Sal's NBL this season. His opening game of the season for the Jets certainly got a lot of people talking. Nice work, Momosia.
That's a tough finish over the outstretched arms of Judd. Yes, talking about Judd here, wasn't it at these hoops here down in Southland, his very first game of the season as well?
I know one of our Sky Sport commentators, Andrew Mulligan, was really excited to see what Liam Judd was all about.
Tough finish there by Scott.
Momosia, wide open look at a 2, drains that. Nice basket. Whai lead by 1, 4-3. Rafaeli, that's come off the leg of Jaden Boucher. Can you believe we've made it halfway through night number 3, the 6th session of the 3x3 Cup? By the time we get to Saturday night's grand final, Judd, in just over 24 hours' time, that will mark 182 games.
Just tired, just thinking about that. Well, yeah, what a spectacle it has been, though. I think for a lot of these players, great way for them to, you know, with New Zealand, our NBL season, they've finished, they got wrapped up in July, but this is, you know, leading into this event. This is another great, I guess, event to lock into the calendar, just to keep them in the basketball and get them ready for the off-season and heading into the next season.
Tatui Lewis, Zach McKenzie, Jaden Boucher, Paif Momosia, this young Whai team, of course, looking ahead for the Whai, based out of Tauranga. They're about to move into the Sal's NBL for their inaugural season. There's that slip move again and that pass, Momosia to Boucher.
Once again, just really cashing in on that breakdown of communication there.
Campbell Scott for 2 for the Jets. Yeah, the Whai will be playing in the NBL for the first ever time in 2024. Exciting stuff. And Matt Lacey was recently announced as the inaugural coach.
Yeah, moving up the ranks from, I guess, junior basketball into the professional scene. So, yeah, great to see New Zealand up-and-coming coaches that we have. We saw Aaron Young do the same thing. So, you know, like the South NBL is a great league as well. So he's going to learn a lot. He's going to apply and put his fingerprints on that program. And really, really keen to see what that looks like. But a coach with a good future.
And no doubt, as coach of the Rams, Judd, a good opportunity to head to Mount Maunganui at some stage during the season and just relax along the beach.
Not complaining
in the middle of winter.
Not complaining about that at all. Yeah.
GJ Gardner-Holmes replay. There's the foul. Zach McKenzie reaching in. 8-7 the Whai lead. 6:37 to play. Jets sitting second on the table at the moment.
Oh,
offensive foul off the ball here.
Yeah, wasn't much in that, but definitely been a focus point for the refs. They've been consistent with that call. I think that's where the Whai, you know, really, when they're slipping a lot of these screens, they haven't been, I guess, giving up these offensive fouls too. So it's effective in numerous of ways, the way that they're playing these actions.
And another foul called as well. The fifth for the Jets. McKenzie pulls it up, misses the pass going back.
I tell you what has been really effective too, like the screen, keeping the defender on the high side and then rolling to the basket. There's just zero help on the weak side, so you're going to get a guaranteed lob over the top and one, or both defenders are going to go to the roll and the person with the basketball on the outside's got an open look. But then that's where Whai have really done a great job of doing that. Coach Stojakovic obviously has the team well drilled and well planned, and then just watching that team when they do finish the game, they're quickly huddling up together, looking to make those adjustments, or if just talking points, the discussion, and you see this with their team and just the chemistry that they have.
And again, they're playing with pace, aren't they? Good defensively, quick offensively, the Whai. Liam Judd should have put that one away. Second effort is good.
Yep.
And we're back to a one-point game momentarily, though, because Tatui Lewis nails the big two. Liam Judd looking to respond, gets the drop. 11-10. McKenzie for two. That won't go down. Momosia looks from range, and again, in and out.
Momosia has been effective and deadly from the outside in this tournament.
Here's Campbell Scott firing over Momosia.
And we must say, Momosia would know these guys very well. A Jets player in the NBL, Sal's NBL.
And Tatui Lewis, another two. That's two in a row for him. And it just opens things up.
I like Tatui Lewis. Like when he's come on with the Franklin Bulls, he didn't have much time, but the time that he did get, he was out there playing hard, and you could see that he had the green light to shoot from beyond the arc. Somebody that I think, is decent size for a shooting guard as well.
Called for a foul there. Tatui Lewis. Liam Judd can't convert the bonus, but we'll go back at it and add one. Margin back to one.
There you go. It's the first time that I've seen a defender didn't bite, didn't switch, didn't prematurely switch on the screen there. Boucher with the slip, but Judd still underneath him, able to affect that roll to the basket, and you see the ball go out of bounds.
Turnover. Yep. 13-12. Whai lead by one. Make that the Jets lead by one. Jackson Stent, who you've been really impressed with, Juddy, shooting from outside so far through this tournament.
Well, I've had Jackson Stent. He was with the Rams last year, and he put a lot of time into shooting, as we do, but he's really been on form here, shooting the ball with a lot of confidence, moving without the ball so well.
Campbell Scott added another two as well. Might do it again, and he does. He banks it in, so back-to-back twos for Campbell Scott. And how about the Jets? They've raced to an 18-13 lead.
They have. The Fire not out of this, though. They can score in a hurry.
Momosia gets one back. Judd hands it off. Campbell Scott's already hit a couple from downtown. Can't add a third. Does get possession back. fancy handles
Good
called for the foul, the Whai. For those who've been following the International Trans-Tasman Series, the men are about to get underway. In fact, they have started over on Court 1. You can catch that on Sky Sport 4. New Zealand and Australia doing battle. You can see them off there in the distance. New Zealand leading that series, Judd, 4-1. We called the earlier game tonight, and again, it was a thriller.
It was, yes. I think, New Zealand definitely on the driver's seat here. Australia, let's see what they do in this game here. Crucial game for them if they want to stay alive in the series.
Tom Kelman-Pottle starred earlier on for the 3x3 Tall Blacks. Tatui Lewis with a point for the Whai. Jackson Stint goes back at him and adds 19-15.
And that's what the Jets can give you. They were hot from the outside 1 second, then they can take you inside and back you down.
Tatui Lewis has just added another 2. He's had a good game. There he is, the Whai number 13. 19-17. So the Whai still in it. The Jets within one long-range basket of taking another win and another step towards tomorrow's finals. Campbell Scott can hit the long-range shot.
I was going to say, the hack down and the ball flying up in the air, that's a sure giveaway that he made contact with any and everything else except for the basketball.
There it is. And that is foul number 6. So the Whai cannot afford to give another one up here because it will put the Jets to the line for 2, and they are within 2 of victory. Liam Judd spinning, leaves it behind to Tui Lewis. Gutsy stuff, Stent picks it up. He has to get it up, that's well short. And the Whai will retake possession here.
How about that play by Tui Lewis? Had no business being available for that basketball unless he dived, which he did.
Kahu and the Queens coming up shortly here on court number 2. The home of hoops here in New Zealand, Sky Sport. 64 hours of coverage here at the 3x3 Cup. Wall-to-wall basketball, and it continues tomorrow from 11 a.m. Playoffs coming your way tomorrow on Sky Sport. Tatui Lewis here over the top of Stent. Doesn't get it to go down. Rafaela keeps it in play.
Jackson for the win.
Does he get the roll? No, he doesn't. Judd can go back and get one. He does. So within 1 now.
Just too big.
McKenzie had an open lane, elected to go back out to Lewis, who's fouled. He'll head to the TAB for 2.
And that takes the Jets to 6 fouls as well, so it does put a little bit more pressure on them. You can get to the drive to the basket right now because they can't afford to foul.
Simon Rafaela with the foul. Tatui Lewis has led from the front for the Whai in this one at the TAB, puts the first one down, 20-18. If he nails this, both teams within 1 shot of taking the win. Perhaps a little bit easier for the Jets. They can go inside, and they do, but they turn it over. So now an outside chance. Lewis gives it up. Momosia. Lewis got Stent off the floor for the win. They do it, the Whai. The Jets seemed home. But the Whai have come up with a memorable victory.
What a finish. The Whai. It started with the turnover too on the pass. And then the quick transition had Jackson Stent running, the easy up fake, and just the wide open 2, sorry.
And they move up to outright 3rd on the table. Yet another game decided on the final shot. A win there for the Whai, 21-20 over the Jets. Coming up next, back into the women's competition. Well, these two teams met in the To'ihi Grand Final not too long ago here at the 3x3 Cup. It is a completely different form of the game. The Kahu and the Queens on the other side of the break.
Kahu in 1, Emma Schroeder, 3, Bailey Flavel, 13, Kenny T, and 27, Whai Henderson. And the Queens, 3, Jacinta Beckley, 7, Stella Beck, 11, Eva Langton, and 24, Zoe Richards. Jump ball, is it? Yes, it is. That'll be New Zealand ball.
Welcome back to the 3x3 Cup here on Sky Sport, deep into night number 3. Coming up next, the Queens and the Kahu. Justin Nelson and Judd Flavel with you. And Judd, two teams that have been headed in different directions here at the 3x3 Cup.
Yeah, and you look at the lineups. I guess a lot of experience on their Queens team, and Torfern, Stella Beck as well, and Jacinta Beckley, part of the Pakai last year championships winner. Zoe Richards, a handy player of the Hoi Ho, and Eva Langdon, the young girl. With the Kahu, Kelly Tinney, Bailey Flavel, Emma K. Schroeder, and Waiadia Putaranui Henderson.
Queens are 7-0 through pool play, the only unbeaten team here at the 3x3 Cup. Bailey Flavel trying to get the Kahu up and running early. The Kahu are 1-7. Of course, all 10 teams will go through to the finals, through to the playoffs. First 6 go automatically through to the quarters. Teams 7 to 10 will have a play-in. The 2 winners will go through to the quarters as well. Queens, you would think, destined to finish top of the table. They've got a couple of games to play here tonight. Unbeaten at the moment. Stella Beck, great defence.
Yeah, very savvy defender. Watch Zoe Richardson under the basket too. Got the size mismatch.
And she gets the opening point of the game off the rebound. So the Queens are up and running. Got to say, I like the black uniform of the Queens with the mint and the purple mixed in there with it as well.
Yeah, that's right. Talking about uniforms, I agree. I like the Whai uniform as well.
Yeah, that's always a favourite. I got a message earlier on, Judd, somebody letting me know that they didn't like the Australian uniforms. I don't know whether they were trying to wind me up or...
I kind of agree, like it's not, it looks like the gold has been
toned down
and more of a lemon. I'm not sure what. I did notice though that that's all throughout their national teams. That's the uniform.
Lemon and green, is that what you're going with?
I don't know, yeah. Maybe change the green to lime and lemon and lime. Doesn't sound like that's right for her.
Oh, you Kiwis just love sinking the boots into the Aussies, don't you?
Got to do that while I can. I tell you what, I lived in Australia for 3 years. It comes back the other way pretty quick too.
Yeah, you're right. Always plenty of banter, friendly banter of course. Trans-Tasman rivalry has been a big fixture here at the 3x3 Cup. So much so that guess what's coming up after this one?
Oh, tell me, Justin.
Back into it, the Tall Ferns and the Australian Gangaroos. Had a lot of people asking questions about why the name Gangaroos for the Australian 3x3 teams, both the men and the women, of course. That's their name, the Gangaroos.
Putaranui, Henderson not aware of the shot clock there, took his dribble off. They only had 3 seconds to play with. Such a big part of this 3x3 game is this shot clock awareness, foul count. Sorry, Richards just bullying her way into the basket.
And of course you do know why, Judd, the Australian teams are called the Gangaroos, don't you?
You did tell me earlier, yeah, the indigenous name for the kangaroo.
It is, yeah. Learn something new every day, huh?
You do.
Queens and the Kahu doing battle here at the moment. The Queens lead this one early by 2. Although the Kahu, as you would expect against the Queens over the last couple of years since the inception of these pro teams here in New Zealand, these two teams have probably quickly built up the biggest rivalry, haven't they?
They have. I mean, they've had great rosters too, and number of
won a championship each.
Yes, a number of tall ferns on either team. So I think we're going to, nothing's going to change. I don't think in the near future.
Of course, in the GJ Gardner Homes Tauihi Pro League competition, the Queens won the inaugural year in 2022 against the Kahu in the grand final, and they both met yet again in 2023, and it was the Kahu claiming the championship just a month or so ago. Got a shot clock violation there against the Kahu. So the Queens with possession. Here's Jacinta Beckley. Can shoot from deep. Richards, big rebound, trying to force it back up.
Yep.
Held ball. Well done to the Kahu defensively there.
Yeah, it's great.
Patata Nui Henderson.
And they have to. They may not be able to compete up in the air, but they can come down. She brings the ball down, gives them an opportunity to wrap that thing up. Great finish with the scoop.
Straight to the basket. Patata Nui Henderson, opening point for the Kahu.
Oh.
Stella Beck looking for Beckley. Heavy contact. Tinney went down. Back to her feet now. Bailey on the drive, held up by Stella Beck, called for the foul.
Yeah, Stella Beck does a great job of still moving her feet and sliding all the way, anticipating the pickup right there and getting their hands involved, but just too much hand on that.
Flavel from the TAB gets the point. Langton quickly out, the lefty from the wing, puts it down for two.
And she can shoot. Got a nice looking stroke, lefty too.
Patata Nui Henderson runs into Stella Beck, nowhere to go. Flavel over the top of Richards. Queens in possession.
Richards just sped her up on that jump shot. Would have liked to have the back.
And another one for Langton.
Get into her left hand. Got to keep her off the individual scout here.
Block, Richards. Flavel regains. Paturanui Henderson can't complete. Look out. Here comes the lefty again. Another two.
That's what she does.
Scored the last five for the Queens, Eva Langton. 7-2. Beck. Langton. Can she add another one? Last six.
And prop.
Misses that opportunity. Queens lead 7-2, searching for their 8th straight win.
This could be a good opportunity for the Queens to try some things out. They've had, obviously, games today. They've got the chance to work on some things, polish up some things, tidy it up for the what lies ahead tomorrow.
Bailey Flavel scores that last two for the Kahu.
Yep, just keeping them in touch and striking distance. And she's going to need to do that more just to keep the defense out on the perimeter.
Are you happy with the way Bailey has adapted to this higher level of 3x3, Judd?
Oh, I think it's a great opportunity. We saw it with the Rapid League, and knowing personally just the development that she's had the last 6 months or so, and a large part of that is playing against this level of competition. Once again, getting another opportunity here with the 3x3, out there mixing it. It's a win-win situation, even though it may be a loss on the scoreboard in some of their games, but for these youngsters, they're gaining such an invaluable experience.
Beckley off the glass, drops it in on the reverse. 8-5, Queens lead by 3.
Got to move off the basketball. Spacing.
They've got just a one-game break, the Queens, and they're back in action shortly against the Wizards. That'll be over on court number 1, Sky Sport 4, if you are a Queens fan. And they've certainly built up a pretty quick following, haven't they, in the capital? Oh, now maybe an ankle there, Beckley, just a tweak. Straight back to her feet, though. I think she's going to shake that one off.
Let's hope she can walk it off.
She's a pretty tough competitor, Jacinta Beckley.
Yeah, Jacinta Beckley spent time with the mainland Pakai this Tauihi season.
Won a championship, of course, with the Queens in 2022.
Hot commodity. Championship.
Heavy contact there.
Heavy contact. And one of the things I admire about Stella Beckley, she does have that gamesmanship and being able to sell contact. Didn't take too much selling to for that contact, but you know, the refs have played that one, or called that one consistently.
And Stella Beck, to be fair, did get up with a smile on her face.
Just looking over at the cross the other side, New Zealand men up 18-9.
And if they win that game, they take the series, because that'll be 5-1. Stepping out of court there.
And I just wonder if that foul count of the Aussies, who had kept New Zealand fairly limited their scoring production, and now just see themselves on the foul count of 9.
We won't give away the score, but Sky Sport 4 has that game at the moment. Australia versus New Zealand, and the Tall Blacks doing very,
Nice.
very well. Good basket for
Nice.
Tuatara Henderson.
Yes. And it's 7-8 right here.
Well, the Queens came in raging favourites.
That's right. And the Kahu doing enough. You know, the games that I have seen with the Kahu, just the scoring has been a little bit of an issue for them.
Trainer at the moment, the physio
Nice
is attending
pass.
Jacinta Beckley as well. So
Unlucky there.
We'll keep an eye on that for the Queens. Langton on the drive is fouled heavily by Tinney.
Yes, just you got to respect her jump shot. Had Tinney running out to her, but just had the foot a little bit too high, able to attack it.
You can see down in the substitutions area, Jacinta Beckley getting some attention at the moment. Eva Langton converts from the TAB, 9-7.
Nice transition there.
Richards rebound. Turns the corner, steps back, hands it off to Stella Beck. Langton now inside. Zoe Richards collects over the top of Bailey Flavel, adds another one off the glass.
And that's what Richards can do. You know, she's a great finisher around the basket with either hand as well. Able to go with the left. Actually, I think the left is her preferred finish.
10-7 now, the Queens lead this one. 4 minutes 12 to play. There's Stella Beck. What a performer she has been for the Wahine here in New Zealand. International player, St Mary's, of course, over in the States. Spent time in the Australian WNBL, captain of the Queens since its inception in 2022. And
Shot
here
clock
she
winding
is.
down. Yep.
Won't get that off in time.
Good defense there from the Kahu, forcing the extra pass.
I think the great thing about Stella Beck, Judd, is Wellingtonian local as well. So back in her home city, could certainly be playing basketball anywhere around the world, Stella Beck.
That's right. Out of bounds.
Stella just says, "You sure that wasn't a push?"
Yeah. How did she get out of bounds? I guess she's asking.
Jacinta Beckley maybe has her shoe off at the moment as well, looking over there at the bench. So she might be done for this game. Foul called.
Let's hope that that is not going to keep her out for too long.
It's the right ankle. Can see the foul off the ball there. So we'll keep an eye on Jacinta Beckley, but with the shoe off, you wouldn't think she's going to come back out for this one. The Queens do have one more game to come, and given that they are 7-0 through pool play, she might be able to take the night off.
Yeah, I think so. It's yep. You might as well. I guess you got the big day is tomorrow, and they've already cemented a place.
Queens play the Wizards in about half an hour's time, and they've probably got the size on the Wizards. They will need to be careful from the perimeter, but Jacinta Beckley may be done for the third day of the 3x3 Cup. Zoe Richards from the TAB misses that one. 10-7, tight game.
Yeah, Kahu doing a great job, hanging around.
Flavel on the drive and the spin against Richards. She's very, very good in that position, Zoe Richards.
Yeah, just anticipating the spin. Bailey needed to go a little bit harder and to make that first point of contact into the body. You can just see her spinning free of contact.
Stella Beck, all the way. Couldn't finish. Zoe Richards will get the job done though. 11-7. Tinney hands it back to Flavel from the GJ Gardner.
Yep, keeping them in the ball game.
Big two-pointer for the young 15-year-old Bailey Flavel. Eva Langton pulls up at the TAB, adds one, 12-9, 2:48 to play. Flavel back to the basket. Getting a hand in there, Stella Beck now down low, wrapping it up. And called for a foul. Unlucky.
I was calling the last Queen's game with James, and we talked about knee pads. And I guess with the amount of times we've seen bodies on the floor, we did talk about Stella Beck, and obviously seeing the bandage that she has at the moment on her knees. But yeah, she's sacrificing her body.
Smartest player out there, Zoe Richards. She's protecting the knees. Eva Langton, she has been the unstoppable force in this contest between the Queens and the Kahu. Another two for her.
Right, Kahu, just need a couple of stops. Nice.
How about that from a block?
The block and off the leg. Great second effort.
Bailey Flavel. When does Bailey turn 16, Judd? If anyone knows, it'll be you. Not to put you on the spot.
She is currently 16.
Oh.
Yep. So
thanks for letting me know.
Turning 17 next year.
For 3 days and nights, I've been calling her 15 years of age. Thank you.
Right.
There she is in the action, Bailey Flavel. Did you not want to correct me on that once?
Oh, you were going so well, Justin.
Zoe Richards with the miss. Flavel for two. She thought there was contact.
Good.
Langton from the corner leaves that one short. Stella Beck.
That's what I love about this ball game at 3x3. You don't have any time to stand and look at the ref. You've got to play on. The games keep going. And you can't afford to, it looks like the shot clock needs a reset. Oh, well, we have a malfunction up top.
Yeah, they're going to fix that up. Shot clock needs to be corrected. 1:46 to play. Queens lead 14-9. Not sure if it was you with me in commentary, Judd, or one of the other members of our Sky Sport team, but I was saying yesterday that two of the great things I love about 3x3, one, no coaches.
Oh, come on. Yeah, okay.
It wasn't you I was sitting with,
right.
clearly.
Yep.
And two, just as you pointed out, you got no time to argue with the officials.
No, that's right. The fast-paced action that we have on the court, and it's. I was talking to Liam Connolly, my assistant with the Canterbury Rams, and I said to him, obviously this is my first take of 3x3, getting up and close and personal, but just, hey, pre-season, great chance to, implement the 3x3, not only for, I guess, but for all those reasons that you're talking about, and then making that transition to 5-on-5 will be easy, because we're always talking about in the 5-on-5 game how quickly the game is getting. The modern day game of basketball, it's up and down, and so a great way to drill that is this 3x3 format. I like it.
Now we do have a malfunction on the side, which is why we've got a stop in the game here. Problem with one of the scoring computers, so the team behind the scenes onto that. 1:46 to play. The Queens lead this one 14-9. There's the officials here at ILT Stadium at Southland, just working on the issue. Looking ahead, still to come tonight right here on court number 2 on Sky Sport 2. New Zealand and Australia doing battle next in the Trans-Tasman Women's Showdown.
This will be my first chance of...
haven't seen them yet?
No, I haven't seen them. I've always been on the other end, and I keep flashing down to get a little glimpse, and I'm looking forward to it.
There's been some good contests so far. 3-2, the 3x3 Tall Ferns leading the Aussie Kangaroos, 3 games to 2. The Aussies winning earlier on. Bride Kennedy Hopawate missing from action tonight. Copped a knock to the head last night, so she's taking this evening off. Hopefully she's back tomorrow for games 7 and 8. Still got a break here at the moment while they try and fix the technical situation on the sidelines.
And we can just see in the background the game on the other court, the Rams. Barbecue Direct Rams going up against Tavake.
Oh, nicely done there, Judd, with the mention of the sponsor. I like that.
Thank you, yep. Which sponsor? Barbecue Direct Rams, that's right.
There's the Kahu in the pale blue. Hopefully they're back out on court shortly. Seems to be an issue with some wiring on the sidelines. You know an electrician, by the way?
Don't you just give it a good bang on the side?
Oh, that's what I try and do.
Does it still work?
I don't stick my finger in the plug, though. I do feel a little bit better now that I know that Bailey Flavel is 16 and I can get that right. There's Jacinta Beckley, by the way. You can see the right shoe is off. Tweaked her ankle earlier in this game, but she doesn't seem too bothered by it, to be honest.
Yeah, that's a good sign. That's a good sign. We have physios here.
There is the 16-year-old Bailey Flavel on screen.
Yep. Yeah, there she is. The Kahu here now just looking to solidify and like they're down by 5 points right here, but you know, from what we've seen right now, they're making some good improvements, and you know, they'll have one extra day to I guess build on this, and yeah, they'll be happy with this, the way that this game's been played out.
So we apologise for the hold up here. Technical issue on the side. One of the computers has seemingly malfunctioned at the most inappropriate time, Judd, with 1 minute 46 to play. So that is the hold up right now as the Queens are nearing their 8th straight win. And they are the only unbeaten team here at the 3x3 Cup, men or women.
Yes. And when we looked at the lineups that teams they came with into town, I guess the Queens were probably the favourites that everybody was picking in either competition. But they haven't disappointed, you know. But tomorrow's going to be a completely new day. I think, you know, they've got the wins, they've done the hard work, but teams like the Whai, like the Pouakai, very dangerous teams, the Wizards, who I'm also high on, I think they're going to give them a great run for their money.
Well, if you want to replace a computer screen that's gone down, Judd, just wheel in a 60-inch television.
Modern day technology, isn't
Have
it
a
great?
look at that.
Everybody's got a screen, pull out.
See that little computer there? That's the screen that's gone down. And the quick thinking officials have brought in a television that would look pretty nice in my lounge room back in Wellington. Nice, thinking on their feet. And I think we're about to get back underway. Queens lead this one 14-9. New Zealand and Australia waiting patiently on the sidelines to step back out on the floor. And finally, the final 1 minute 46 is about to start. Kahu in possession. Still with an opportunity if they can hit a basket here. Nice pass. Oh, Schroeder should have finished that.
Yep, she'll be disappointed with that one. Turn around to defense now. Got a minute and a half.
Langton fires away from deep. That would have just about finished it.
It would have, I would say.
Pataranui Henderson on the drive now against Langton. Pulls it up from inside the TAB. Can't finish. Langton with a hand to Beck. And Beck will bring it out and start again for the Queens. Nice little hesitation underneath, but she is called for the travel. You're right.
Just slipped on the foot, or just not sure on those circumstances if it is actually a travel. If they, drag the foot, drag their left foot on the trying to get to that 2 foot stop.
You get away with that in the NBA, Judd.
Nice.
Flavel. Stella Beck coming across and knocking it out of the hands of...
Yeah. 5 seconds to go here. What do the Kahu have? Very quick Iverson screen. Iverson cut. Goes straight into the on ball.
Pataranui all by herself at the top of the arc. Flavel tries to go off the glass. Langton to Beck. Beck fires away for 2. That one goes down, and that's just about it.
That'll do it, I would say.
16-9.
Kahu got to go quick.
Pataranui Henderson on Langton. Couple of jabs, couple of looks. Langton stayed down.
Yep.
Beck Richards held up, no call. Beck back to back.
Oh,
And heavy clash underneath the basket here. Bodies everywhere. Tinney and Richards both go down. Two tough competitors.
Richards not looking good. Really.
Not sure if we've got a replay of that. Heavy clash.
Yeah, it looks like a head clash.
You can see both
Incidental.
players holding their heads. Keely Tinney there on screen. Zoe Richards walking it off. Trainer has come out, and this might be the longest running game of the 3x3 Cup here this week. Fair to say we're about half an hour behind schedule. And Zoe Richards is going to head to the sidelines here, which is going to bring Jacinta Beckley back out for the final 27 seconds.
Let's hope that she's okay.
Head in her hands at the moment.
Yeah, she's not looking too flash at the moment.
Back underway, Stella Beck off the glass, adds one. Final stages here, Bailey Flavel adds one. Beck quickly out to Langton, rebounds her own shot. Beckley back into the action. She thought she had the night off.
Steve Kerr straight off the bench, nice and cold, didn't play the last 5 minutes, and straight into the first touch with a three-pointer.
So maybe the big news here, the Queens are about to get their 8th straight win and go to 8-0. But all of a sudden, they've got some injury concerns. 3 seconds in the key against the Kahu. Half a second to play. Get us out of here. This one has gone on way too long. And we are done. So the Queens get the win 17-10. The news not so good on the injury front, though.
No.
Zoe Richards with what we think is a head knock. She looks not too bad, though, as she comes out to shake hands. And Jacinta Beckley with an ankle injury. We're going to take a quick break. New Zealand and Australia, the women back on the floor for another Trans-Tasman showdown coming up after the break.
And your 3x3 tall ferns. 1, Olivia O'Neill. And 2, Lauren Havelites. And 10, Shavana Powfast. And at 27, Asia Anderson. Australia with a gutsy 17-16 victory. When the set back to 3-2.
Welcome back to the 3x3 Cup. Here in the deep south of New Zealand, Justin Nelson, Judd Flavel with you, and we're about to get back into the Trans-Tasman series between Australia and New Zealand. At the moment, the Kiwis leading the way 3-2, best of 8, of course. They clash again twice tomorrow night. The Australians won the earlier matchup tonight in a thriller. And as you can see there, they are down one player. No Bride Kennedy Hopawate. Copped a head knock last night and was a little bit under the weather this evening. So that's why she's missing. We've just seen the Queens take down the Kahu in what was a long, drawn-out battle, Judd, for all sorts of reasons. Technical problems, injuries. But we are about to get underway with the Australians starting this one. Can they level it up at 3-all? Donnelly with the first opportunity into Taylor Evans. Copped a little bit of a knock there on the nose. Good pass inside
Nice
Jackie
cut.
Trotto.
Yep. Great possession to open up the game.
Pulvast going to work for the Tall Ferns. Puts one down, one apiece.
Yep. Oh, just lack of communication there from the Tall Ferns. Sent 2 to the same player.
Lucky not to concede there. Hippolyte off the glass, doesn't get it to go, does well, reaching in over the back.
Yeah.
Palvas comes through and scores.
Gets the tip back. Straight into defense. I like it from the tall ferns.
Here's Trotto stepping back. Palvas got a hand on it.
Palvas did well there. Cut her off twice before challenging the shot.
It'll be a Kiwi ball. 2-1 they lead. Now just an update on the Queen's injuries from that last game. We know Zoe Richards copped the knock to the head. Not sure how bad that was. She was up on her feet at the end of the game, so hopefully all good. But the news maybe not so good for Jacinta Beckley. Judd, we thought it was an ankle tweak. She came off and spoke to us during the ad break and said that it was her Achilles.
Yeah, that's never a good sign. There's not one to mess around with either. If you're sort of feeling a little bit ginger about it for tomorrow, make sure that got to be very careful with those ones.
Well, she did come back out on the court, didn't she, for the final minute or so of the game. So that's a story that will evolve overnight as well for the Queens, with the playoffs starting tomorrow.
Justin, tell me, can you play with two players if you're 3x3? When does it become, is that something that we've seen before? Or is
Well, I think you've got to start with three.
start with three?
But of course, if an injury happened and a player was out of action, I think you're okay to go with two. A little bit hard to pass to yourself if you get down to one. It would be impressive if you won the game with one, but no, you can't do that. So, and given the length of that last game, we knew the Queens had to back it up as Trotto gets to the basket for Australia. We knew the Queens had to back it up quickly over on court one. The length of the last game means that they've walked off, changed uniforms, and they're straight back out on the floor. So some heavy lifting for the Queens, believe it or not. That game is taking place over on Sky Sport 4. The Queens up against the Wizards. Right now, though, we're talking international hoops. Jackie Trotto from the corner. In fact, it was Michaela Donnelly. That one knocked out of the hands of Shavana Palvas by Taylor Evans. Three apiece.
Just 7 seconds on the shot clock here. What do they have? A quick action here to get them going. Looking like a pin down. Maybe a pin down curl and get pop. Yep, straight into the paint.
Palvast is fouled.
Yep.
She'll head to the TAB. Zoe Richards hasn't walked out for the Queens, by the way, in that game down the other end. So maybe she's getting a head knock assessment at the moment. But Jacinta Beckley is out there, so maybe that does or doesn't answer your earlier question, Judd, but the Queens will start with three down the other end.
Yeah.
Right now, the Tall Ferns lead this one by 1. Delay of game warning against the Wahine in the black singlets. And Michaela Donnelly will get us underway, the 29-year-old. Plenty of WNBL experience in Australia.
Good hands by O'Neill there, deflecting that bounce pass out of bounds.
The Aussies, of course, just going with the 3 players tonight. If you've just joined us, no Bride, Kennedy, Hopawate, Donnelly on the turnaround.
O'Neill, great job sliding, getting their hands involved.
3-2 series lead at the moment to New Zealand. Hippolyte doesn't get the roll. That may have come off the hand of Asia Anderson, who's onto the floor. Kendall Heremaya not playing this one for the Tall Ferns.
Looks like Donnelly knocked that out of bounds.
And on the restart there, just slipping out of the hand of Lauren Hippolyte, gives Taylor Evans an opportunity now. Foul against Evans, chasing down that miss.
And these games have been sort of on the lowest scoring side, haven't they? And, you know, a real evenly matched defensive outfit. Defense seems to be winning over top of the offense.
Tonight's earlier game between these two was a thriller. The Aussies getting home in dramatic style. Timeout here, low scoring. New Zealand 4, Australia 3. Chevy Palvast, Asia Anderson, Lauren Hippolyte, Olivia O'Neill. Good mix of youth and experience there, Judd.
Yeah, that's right. Asia Anderson, you know, another member of the championship Kahu team.
Has spent a little bit of time in Australia as well.
That's right. And has really earned her way into this New Zealand lineup. Lauren Hippolyte, mainland Pouakai, same with Olivia O'Neill. Two guards, especially Hippolyte, being part of the Tall Ferns before. Oh, this is the second time they've run that action with the back screen and slip.
Jackie Trotto gets the point, answered by Lauren Hippolyte.
Lauren Hippolyte is just playing so well.
5-4, Taylor Evans here.
Great defensive. Oh,
And in the end, a foul against
too much.
Hippolyte. Evans picks herself up.
Lauren Hippolyte, I'm not sure, like defensively, just a great picture of a defense, what a defensive stance looks like. Wide stance, stone wall, still had active hands in there, just a little bit too much. I actually feel like if the offense hadn't have lost their balance, they may not have made that call, but...
So just to answer your question before, Judd, about how many players can you continue to go on with in 3x3? Got to start with the 3, as we said. And of course, you can continue to go with the 2, and that's exactly what is unfolding over on court 1 with those injuries that we saw earlier before this game to the Queens. Jacinta Beckley stepped out and started for the Queens, but they're running with 2 players at the moment, Stella Beck and Eva Langton, taking on the 3 players from the Wizards. So
this could be their first loss, maybe? Maybe.
You would think it's going to be pretty hard for them. Right now, 6-5 New Zealand lead against Australia. The Aussies with their own concerns here tonight, going with just the 3 players, no substitution for them.
Just seeing some great defense here, and this is my first call on the Tall Ferns Aussie women's game, but I can see why it is low scoring. Everything right now, the girls are playing so hard, and they're sliding so well, and making it tough and forcing them to have to earn this one at the TAB.
O'Neill with the foul. Here's Michaela Donnelly. Converts. Ties it up at 6 apiece. Hippolyte.
Nice.
Wonderful baseline drive on the reverse off the glass.
Looking very explosive too off that drive.
Quickly again, the Australians.
Australians making, getting good production out of that slip and rolls to the basket.
And their transition. Nice to watch. Asia Anderson knew that one was going to miss, followed it in, should have put it away off the glass, gives the Aussies a chance now. Donnelly.
Good defense, shut down that pass.
Gets it back from Trotto from the corner.
Yeah. Asia Anderson put that down to her, gave her no room, put her in a tough spot on the pickup.
Hippolyte now, over the top, that one in and out. Anderson keeps it alive for the Tall Ferns. Hands it off, Hippolyte nowhere to go, turns around off the glass. That one doesn't go down.
Again, Asia Anderson just outworking people here. Good job.
Tough battle, wasn't it, against Taylor Evans?
Yep. One of the skills, we talk about the skill sets, but you also need the engine to stay involved in this game. Just never turning off, and not even for a second there.
So here's Anderson at the TAB stripe, looking to put New Zealand back in front, and she's done that. 8-7, 5:02 to play. The Kiwis looking to extend their lead in the series to 4 games to 2.
Good defense there by Olivia O'Neill. She's really doing a great job. And Lauren Hippolyte looking very explosive, as I said earlier. Getting whatever she wants right now.
Foul on Taylor Evans. GJ Gardner-Holmes replay. There's the light tap of the arm. Here's Lauren Hippolyte. Another young Kiwi who has spent a bit of time playing in Australia, of course.
Yeah.
Pulvast. Lots of pressure on Jackie Trotto.
Meeting her on every side. Anytime she chose to spin.
O'Neill inside was there too long.
Yeah.
Aussies can get this. They lock up the series at 3-all, and it's going to make tomorrow night very interesting. But if New Zealand get this and move to 4-2, it's going to be very, very hard for them to lose this Trans-Tasman series.
Evans not happy with the call there, but there was enough body contact right there to take Olivia O'Neill out. Let's see this set right here. Pinned down into a post up right here. Yep.
Slipping through, Asia Anderson off the glass.
Play.
Good work by the Tall Ferns.
The communication coming from the bench from Palvast. Love it. Love that communication, and it doesn't surprise me. Her father, by the way, New Zealand NBL legend, Kerry Boagni.
Yeah.
Played for the Wellington Saints, played for Hawke's Bay Hawks, played for Harbour Kings back in the day. I actually played with the Kerry, the Jazz man.
And was a top 10 in the NBL 40 players in 40 years.
Yep.
Announced a couple of years ago, of course.
One of the all-time scorers. Great servant to New Zealand basketball.
Timeout here. New Zealand lead 10-7. Another arm wrestle between these two.
Yeah.
We've come to expect that over the last few nights.
I love the fast pace that we've got here. You know, there is a lot of action here, free-flowing. Just the defense is up to the challenge. You know, they're moving their legs, and they're obviously, I think both sides very evenly matched as far as height's concerned and size. No real advantage for anyone in particular.
And Judd, the coaching staff and the level of support and coaching that gets put around these players, the Tall Ferns, regardless of the result, win or loss, will leave the court here after this one, head straight upstairs and immediately into a video session.
Yeah, you know, that's high performance sport. It's come a long way, and I think you know, the New Zealand teams and any international team will be having the same, I guess, those same sessions, and so much can be learned and taken away from a film session. And while you've got quick turnarounds for these games, you've got to be able to take these learnings and look to apply them for the next one. It's part and parcel of the professional scene these days, and I guess in a high performance for a high performance athlete, you've got to be able to do the business on the court, but also what comes with it is being able to be a professional and off the court.
So foul called there puts Jackie Trotto to the TAB, puts that one down, 10-8. So things just tighten up a little bit here. Hippolyte on the drive, little bump there.
Little bump. Could have been caught a travel if they hadn't have caught the foul.
Donnelly now. Trotto with some space for two. Leaves it short. Anderson rebound.
Yep.
Pulvast on the bench at the moment for the Tall Ferns. Hippolyte. O'Neill. Anderson inside. Grinding away with Donnelly. Playing defense. And doing enough there. The Aussie as well. Turnover on the shot clock.
Yeah, I think Asia Anderson was asking for the foul on her finish. Didn't get the call. Let's see the Australians now. What play do they have? Their pick and roll here, I'd imagine. Something that they've been successful with.
Can they tie it up?
No.
Donnelly hands it off. Trotto against O'Neill.
Yeah, O'Neill has been tough. Gritty defender.
Just 21 years of age as well. Off the foot of Asia Anderson. Donnelly scoops it up for the Kangaroos. Evans now.
Oh, nice spin.
Swinging underneath Chevy Palvast, I should say. Here's Anderson. O'Neill gets it back. Fires up over the top. That one well off to the left. 10-8.
We haven't seen too many two-pointers, have we?
Scoring has been at a premium. Looking like some tied bodies out there tonight.
I was just about to say, they're working hard.
Still enough time left in this one for the Australians. to get up. Timeout called here, and that is a sign of the tired bodies. These players need a rest. The Aussies, of course, tonight, Judd, as we've mentioned a couple of times, no Bride Kennedy Hopawate, and she brings size. She's the tallest player in these internationals. She's not out there this evening after a head knock last night.
And I mentioned just how these two teams matched up evenly size-wise, and Hopoari is obviously the one that probably would take advantage of this matchup, but yeah, it's hopefully she's back tomorrow and fully recovered.
Two more internationals in this Trans-Tasman series tomorrow night for both the men and the women. Tomorrow's action, of course, in the opening session starts at 11 a.m. local time as the playoffs begin at the 3x3 Cup. And then, of course, all the way down to the silverware, the big games tomorrow night. Join us from 6 p.m. local time as we wind our way down and crown two 3x3 Cup champions. For the third time, can the Sharks in the men's, can they go back to back to back?
Oh, great slip there by Asia Anderson. Set play. Yes, the Sharks are looking very dangerous. Ooh.
Well, that looked pretty clean there from Chevy Palvast. On the hand it did, not so sure on the body.
I think the hand, but possibly a forearm or something to the head.
Must have been some contact. I think Chevy Palvast claiming her case there with the officials. 11-8. And another heavy fall there for the Australians. This time Taylor Evans, who picks herself up. Chevy Palvast just comes across and checks on her.
They have a little laugh. All good.
Pretty sure both of those players living in Queensland, although Taylor Evans has been playing down at the Eltham Wildcats in Melbourne's outer east. Chevy Palvast, of course, living in Queensland these days, the 31-year-old.
Yeah.
Evans converts from the TAB.
Now, the New Zealand team with the 7 fouls here, so the Tall Ferns got to be mindful of that. Heading down to this last minute and a half here.
11-10, and it is about to heat right up.
Yep.
3-2 series lead to New Zealand. The Aussies looking to level it up.
Shot clock's getting down. Had
Evans.
to launch. Yep. Great defensive possession there, and that started with Palvast there, just being able to slide and keep that dribble in front, and with no help side coming off their opponent, off their marker, gave her a tough outlet pass to make as well, just winding down the shot clock.
As we've said many times, no substitutions available for the Australians here.
Got to go quick.
Palvast all the way to the basket, too deep. Oh, Olivia O'Neill. Excellent work, but then she's given away the foul. That's the 6th. Sorry, that's the 8th on New Zealand, I should say.
Yeah, it's costly foul.
And that's going to put Michaela Donnelly to the TAB for 2.
Yeah. As we just, with 1 minute to go here, critical that New Zealand don't foul.
Donnelly, first one rattles down, ties it up, 11 apiece. 59.3 to play. Second one, looks good, is good. They take the lead, the Australians. Hippolyte, what can she do here against Jackie Trotto? Great
Trotto.
Step back to the basket, did well, just too heavy on the hand.
That's right, Trotto, great defensive position. Once again, being very impressed with the defensive of both teams. Oh, offensive foul, yeah, push off. Just too much with the extension of the arms.
That's against Taylor Evans down low.
And that puts them to 6 fouls now, so no more fouls for them to do.
There it is right there. Against Taylor Evans.
Look for this to be a pin down, a flex cut right here into a post up.
O'Neill hands it off to Hippolyte, to Palvast now.
Continuity into a third action here.
Palvast takes it down low over Evans, can't get it to go. The Aussies all of a sudden looking good to square this up at 3 apiece. 12-11, 24 seconds. Taylor Evans going hard. Olivia O'Neill, great defense. Evans out by 2.
They need a 2.
What have the Kiwis got left in the bag? Palvas for one.
Okay.
Good to go, 7 seconds.
Wrap that ball up, wrap it up. Oh, good job.
Heavy foul, Palvast on Donnelly. 3.5 seconds. GJ Gardner-Holmes replay. Jackie Trotto, very, very lucky there. Had no idea that Palvast was in such close proximity. Just see if we can get that replay again. And have a look at Trotto, unaware of Chevy Palvast closing in. Have a look at this.
That's right.
That's how close the steal was, and then the collision with Donnelly after that. She converts from the TAB, 14-12, 3.5. You would think, Judd, if she hits this. Yep, and she does. So with that, we're going to close this one out in just a moment. There'll only be a couple of seconds left on the clock. And the Australians, Judd Flavel, get 2 wins tonight.
That's right.
And they will tie the series up.
That's right. And from what I'm seeing, there's nothing between these teams. There is absolutely, I think the Australians have probably made a lot of development, a lot of progression over the last couple of days. And they get the win here. Well deserved.
I was going to say the only chance there was a Donnelly foul on a made 2, but kept her hands out, and that's it. The Australians, the Kangaroos, get the win 15-12, and they have tied the Trans-Tasman series up at 3 games apiece. These 2 teams will meet again tomorrow night for 2 more games. Coming up next in the 3x3 Cup, back into the men's competition, the Saints and the Tuatara. We'll see you after the break.
Stick around for it because last 2 games of the night, the Storm taking on the Pakai and then the Eagles against the Sharks.
Kia ora, welcome back to Sky Sports 2. James Lisserman along with Kat Jones. We're going to try and catch up if we can, as we're roughly a game behind due to the close finishes, the injury concerns, the scoreboard malfunction, a lot of things. Tuatara in blue are taking on the Saints here. Pretty important game for both of these teams, both on 7 and 5. Win and you pretty much avoid a playing game, lose and you got to wait and see.
Yeah, I think we've been lucky enough to do some Saints commentary earlier tonight, and they've been pretty measured and managed to get away with the win earlier on. So let's see if they can back that up with another one.
Yeah, so the Tuatara will definitely be wanting a win, as any game they don't have to play tomorrow, if they go from 4 games down to 3 games, will be very helpful, as they lose Tane Waddy, who is an injury replacement for Ryan Lomatia, who is serious knee injury on day 1, and well, at least that's what the initial diagnosis was. There's a chance that it wasn't as serious, but all indications were that it was pretty serious. Hence, he has not been able to play in session 3, 4, 5, or now 6 as well. Anyway,
so the Saints, early lead, 3-0.
Yeah, Marnie Dougal-Meter, we heard Nick Gurley interview him earlier, hits that pull-up jumper there, very locked in, focused on whoever's in their way, they're going to take it to them and try and get the W. He said he doesn't care if they're in the play-in game or not. I will say his teammate Isaac Miller-Jones did tell me, they want to try and avoid that and, finish up in the top 6. So you have 1 less game to play towards getting to the cup game. Yeah,
it's a punishing schedule, and you do want to try and conserve as much energy as you can and also stay injury-free.
Yes,
which is
I know, that's easier said than done. Like, You know, it's one thing being physical. Nice bump there. Tane Waddy just discards Hilu and hits the layup.
Good rebound by Miller Joes. Oh, great challenge by Josh Ledger. Someone was saying they reckon he might have grown another couple of inches somehow.
You know, he's very strong and like moves really well. Like, probably the next thing for him is just, you know, be locked in the whole time and ready to go. And, you know, 3x3, you've got to go from one play straight to the next.
Oh, great shot by Tane Waddy there to add to the Tuatara tally. 5-3 now.
Yeah, two pretty evenly matched teams here, I think. Like, the two Ledgers, especially Josh, can really D up, and he D's up very well there. Dougal Meter says doesn't matter anyway.
Offense is better than defense in that regard. Great shot there by Dougal Meter.
Yeah, in terms of having someone of the size as Josh and Dougal Meter.
Hold hands.
Yeah, they're like, yeah, I fouled you there. But yeah, someone with the same sort of speed, strength and height to be able to match up with Isaac Miller-Joes. Anyway, Saints ball up the top. Dougal Meter will take the check ball from the younger Ledger, from Will. Gets the switch here, and now he's faced up against Josh. Takes another fadeaway shot just off the rim. Ruben Fitzgerald, extremely high scorer in this tournament here with the rock now.
Yeah, good level of IQ at this 3x3 game too. Ruben Fitzgerald, as we see him driving to the hoop in the hand.
It was called for the wrap behind, not the initial hand knocking the ball away there. Will Ledger looks at the hoop, back to Fitzgerald. Hippolyte's on him, gives him a little bit of space, but enough of a challenge to force that miss. Ledger dribbles it out, shoots another one, which is also another miss for the Saints team, still on 7.
Let's see Watty come back into the game. They'll be trying to use him as much as possible.
Yes, yeah, if this is his last game, you can play the whole thing, Watty. We're going to get our last rest that we can. Miller-Joes to the bucket there, 8-3 the score now.
Watty.
Tough shot there, good defense from Miller-Joes. Off to Hilu. Realises he's open eventually, shoots it just off the rim. Watty the rebound. Fitzgerald the quick trigger, no good. High tempo in this game, Kat.
Yeah, sure is. Very quick transitions. Oh, that's not a shot you often see from Miller-Joes. The pull up mid-range.
He could have just turned and shot it and, you know, avoided the dribble completely. Nice to see a bit of confidence shooting that, as most of his buckets have been right at the rim.
Yeah, they sure have. He's had some spectacular dunks in this competition. Does he shoot it? Why not?
Yeah, that dribble there was just for some timing. Fitzgerald was like, I am going to dare you to shoot this one.
Now he drives on him.
And Miller-Joes has the length to stay with that one.
Blocks that shot on Fitzgerald's. Yeah, a little bit messy, maybe you'd say, a bit ragged at the moment. Not a lot of shot making, but it is 9:09.
Yeah, local time. Both teams have played 12 games already. Identical 7-5 records. This is their final pool game. And then they get to sit back and watch probably around about another hour of 3x3 basketball to see where exactly they finish and who their first matchup will be against tomorrow.
And as we say, this game's running a game. This court's running a game behind, so this was due to start at 8:45, and it started at 9:05.
Fitzgerald pulls the two there. Hilu, quick rebound. Yes, all we need to get back on time is a couple of games that finish really quickly by teams getting to 21. Ethan Rusbech last night helped us with that. Just on fire, hit a bunch of threes. But you can see here, well, we can see here, Miller-Joes is almost exhausted there, hits the ground, and it took him about 10 seconds to get up off it.
And you can, I don't know if you can hear it on your screens at home, but Dougal Meter very vocal on the sub bench, commanding his team.
Yeah, just about got the steal there off the pass. Josh Ledger posting up against Hippolyte. And Hippolyte says, yeah, I fouled him. Josh says, I'm just making sure they saw that you were fouling me.
Yeah, we might see the replay of the Hippolyte basket, and we do. 10-4, the Saints.
Ledger fakes the two, drives hard. Good balance there to change hands and finish that. Strong defense from Dougal Meter. Good balance from Dougal Meter there to stay in bounds. Throws it back to Hilu. Sione with the handles. 360. Shot clock violation.
Get it off in time. Unlucky. Great little passage of play there. Had the younger Ledger on skates, but just didn't get the ball up quick enough.
Yeah, it was very nice play, as you said, but 12-second shot clock so short, you have to decide to go quickly. Josh Ledger inside, reverse with the left, didn't even use the rim or the rim or the backboard there.
Might have had a little bit of contact as he dares Isaac Miller-Jones to shoot the 2.
Well, he's getting closer, so and I think the Saints possibly will be pretty happy that he's confident enough to take those ones as Will Ledger drains that 2. Tuatara cut the lead to 2 now, 10-8. Dougal Meter the fade away, just a 1-point bucket there.
Fitzgerald.
Well, this is about the time he starts coming to life in most of their games. Ledger just about the steal there. Kaparu, Hippolyte, back to Dougal Meter. Marnie with the drive, the step back. Pure there.
Just the one, and you can hear, James, the instructions of Chris McIntosh, New Zealand Tall Blacks 3x3 player.
Yeah, officially a spectator in this regard, though, right? Not the team coach.
Officially, yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, has a lot to do with the Tuatara, and probably would have been playing for them if there wasn't a Trans-Tasman series on.
Yeah, he's had an amazing finish. If you ever look at the BBNZ social media for the 3x3, just crazy finish against the Kangaroos in their first game tonight.
Yeah, I got a chance to have a chat to him after the series clinching win earlier on, and yeah, really proud of how the New Zealand 3x3 men have come together. Some strong play.
Yeah, it's been super physical there. 2 games to go tomorrow for both the men and the women. New Zealand men on top 5-1, while the women, Tall Ferns and Kangaroos, are tied 3 games apiece with 2 to play tomorrow night.
Good hustle.
Yeah, back to this game. Saints 14, Helu to try and add, does. 16 now to 11. And yeah, Tuatara, everyone looking a bit tired now. Happy for that ball to go out of bounds.
You can see Shinri Helu with a bit of strapping around the right knee, so hopefully just precautionary and nothing too serious. He seems to be moving okay, and that's a positive for the Wellington Saints.
Yeah, first time out taken here. I didn't actually see which team called it. It affects both of them. 30 seconds to chat, get a mini rest. You can see there, Dougal Meter, it was the Saints who called the timeout there. We've just heard, so Dougal Meter, you can tell, like, even if you can't hear him, you can tell he is fired up and getting his teammates locked in here as they want to finish with a win. And despite what he said, we take whoever's there, he wants to win, and that means they'll avoid the play-in games if they can do that. So up by 5, yeah, Fitzgerald. This is the guy who looks for the answers. Missed that one there. Hippolyte dribbles it out. Dougal Meter, the matchup with Ledger again. Step back
challenge.
2. Just misses, and Tane Waddy with the rebound there. He drives, good finish from the replacement. Kind of undersells how good a player he is when you know, but
refer to him as the replacement. Yeah, no, he's done well.
I mean, yeah, just thinking like, oh, what am I going to do this week? Like, you know, no idea. And then all of a sudden, hey, can you jump on a plane, fly down to Invercargill? Might have been 2 flights actually. I don't know if it's direct from Auckland. And then just immediately come to the stadium and jump on the court and play. There we are, Dougal Meter from the corner, just off to the right. Good rebound from Josh Ledger.
Yeah, you see the man that we've been talking about, Tane Waddy, and a pass.
Yeah, one-hand bullet pass, sidearm there, all the way over, cross-court to Will Ledger. 16-12, good seal, is it? No, it was a good seal, and then it was a good offensive foul. That catch won't count there. You see here, well, you can't really tell from that angle, but we could see the arm fully extended there.
Pushed him off, and yeah, awarded the offensive foul.
So Fitzgerald pulls up, drains the 2 there. 2-point lead now for the Saints, 16-14. And they have had a couple of games where they've managed to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. And it's usually been Fitzgerald that's hit the game winners.
Good pressure there on the ball. And 3 seconds.
Yeah, that tip from Josh Ledger, that just added a little bit of time, which caused the turnover.
And they'll give themselves a chance here to tie it up, the Tuatara, with a 2.
Yeah, Ledger, high post, fakes it. He's going to the bucket, spins back. Nice left-hand finish against Miller Joes. Dougal Meter, all business though. Clears it up against Fitzgerald. The step back 2, just too long. Miller Joes, the rebound, hangs on to it, turns, finds Hippolyte back to Dougal Meter for 2.
Oh, great shot and amazing acrobatic challenge by Will Ledger.
Yeah, he knew the shot was going up. Chase there, good pass, Josh to Will Ledger. Answer, 18-17.
Great shot.
Yeah, you saw Will look up at the scoreboard, check how much time was left. What's the foul and time situation? Dougal Meter step back 2, just off to the right. Fitzgerald with the ball here, 1:14 to play.
Fitzgerald given the instructions, gets the mismatch.
And I think that was blocked, yeah, he did.
Got a piece.
Fitzgerald chased it up, shot clock violation there, 1:02 to play. And he was just
Fitzgerald having a bit of a conversation there.
Communicating with the fans,
yes,
of which there is one whose name is Chris McIntosh.
Yeah, you do not want that man to have the ball right now. Mani Dougal Meter. Oh, great block.
Yeah,
Waddy.
strong challenge. Yeah, Tame Waddy was like, well, you can't drive against me. Look at this. Just timed it perfectly as Dougal Meter was struggling to get past. I could not stay, I'm not even going to say in front, I could not stay next to him when he turned and drove like that.
Oh, a lot of contact. And the baseline official has called a foul, to the disbelief of the Tuatara.
Yeah. Josh Ledger, a little bit of a talk. Josh Nickel was playing on the other court. If you want to see him, forgot he's playing. Sky Sport 4 right now. No, he's not. Actually, he's already been playing. Forget that. You can't see him for a while. Dougal Meter gets fouled there.
That's definitely a foul, and he takes out a couple of advertising billboards and a Basketball New Zealand flag.
Well, that's one way to get the organisers to like you, is to knock over the stuff, and then they're also like, oh, we've got to go fix that up now. Timeout taken by the Tuatara this time. 1 point game, 36 seconds to go. Pretty late timeout.
You can see Josh Ledger looking a little bit gimpy with that right shoulder, and I know that he's had a couple of issues during the season with some strapping on the shoulder during the NBL season, so hopefully just a little tweak and nothing to be overly concerned about.
So it'll be Saints ball here, up by 1. Foul count not really an issue for either team given the amount of time left. Dougal Meter, quick drive, what a block. Ledger is down hard though. And yeah, so there was, that 2 won't count despite Fitzgerald saying it. Ledger was on the ground. Look at that. Block, hit the ground hard. The shot did go in.
Unbelievable block, but Josh Ledger may have come off worse for wear. And also the 2-point shot that his teammate made did not count.
Yeah, they do have the ball at the top though. Josh Ledger is saying, well actually they're going to check now. Melanie O'Connell just saying, was the shot in the air before I blew the whistle? Well, I suppose it'd have to be gone through before the whistle. But yeah, Josh Ledger hit the ground very hard on that side. I mean, I'm with O'Connell. You wanted to be like, right, it's scored. Tried to blow the whistle as quickly as she could, but 3x3 is so fast.
And Josh Ledger just looking a little bit worse for wear. Tailbone, perhaps.
It was a fantastic block. Like, Dougal Meter exploded to the rim, and he met him at the summit. But it's 19-17. They can just hit a 2 now, and then they won't mind. And they look for that man that can do it. Just off the rim there, Hippolyte shields the ball. 22 seconds on the game clock. Yeah, 23 officially, sorry. So Saints, they've got another possession up by 2 here. They'll probably look to use quite a bit of time here.
Yeah, you'd think so. Having the advantage. Oh, great pass and a foul.
Yeah, that was smart there. Force a shot up towards the rim, which means you've got to let him go. See Miller Joes just grabbed there by Josh Ledger. He's got a chance to not quite ice it, but pretty close to it. This 1 free throw from the TAB line will put his team up 3.
And 1 away from a win. Oh, and
Shot
he's
misses.
missed.
Battle for the rebound. Hippolyte gets it back to Mani Dugalmeta. He checks the time. There's about a 4-second differential between shot and game clock here. So he steps through, takes the shot, hits it. So that is going to ice the game for the Saints. They're going to win by 1, like that shot did go in.
Oh, and Fitzgerald is ropeable.
Yeah, he's felt there was enough contact for a foul there as he got the shot as well.
In 2019, the finish.
Well, that was pretty exciting. The teams do show their respect for each other. Saints winning that one 20-19, as he said. We're going to step away for 1 minute, try and catch up a bit of time. Rams take on the Ears when we come back right here on Sky Sports 2.
And for the Giants at 3, Tyler Herbert. 4, Max Patterson. 7, Easton Inwards. 8, Sam Dempster. And on court number 2, it's the Rams against the Ears. For the Rams at 4, Caleb Chamberlain. 5, Taylor Britt. 6, Kaya Isaac. And 10, Aiden Tonge. And the Ears in 1, Dane Levery. And in 6, Ben Carlisle Smith. And 7, Matt Bardsley. And 32, Quinton Bailey.
Kia ora, welcome back to Sky Sports 2 here. Canterbury Rams brought to you by Barbecues Direct and the White taking on the Taranaki Ears. Rams pretty safely through to the quarterfinal round at 10-2. The Ears though 7-4. Kat Jones, what have you got about that?
Yeah, just looking at the standings at the moment, they are in 7th spot and have a 7-4 record. And if they would like to improve, they do have this game and one more tonight. Is that correct? Yes.
Yes,
the
it is.
Ears play the Sharks later on, so they can leapfrog the Wellington Saints, who are currently in 6th.
Yeah, it's a big game for them. They drop these 2 games. They'll be playing in the play-in games. They win them both. They're definitely through. They win one, split them. I don't know yet. Like, I haven't looked at all the permutations and combinations. The game's so quick. There's no time for us to check through as well. Referees for this game, Hamish Dale and Melanie O'Connell. Check ball will be for BCS Ben Carlisle Smith, Matt Bardsley, and then Quinton Bailey for the Ears with Tane Levery on the bench. And then for the Canterbury Rams, they have Kaya Isaac on the baseline, Caleb Chamberlain guarding BCS there, and then Aiden Tonge with the ball, and then Taylor Britt sitting on the substitutions chair at the moment. So this game was meant to start 9:05. It's 9:24, so we've caught up a minute there. So
Great. Good to know.
Quinton Bailey turns, pulls up from 2, no good. Chamberlain with the rebound.
And a great little layup finish by Chamberlain earlier to get the Rams on the board. Good hustle, Ben Carlisle Smith.
Yeah, you saw him there defending the 2-point line to stop the clearance and then able to get the steal off Chamberlain. There's not many players with the body type that those two have. Quite cool to see them matched up against each other as Bailey hits the little shot there.
Yeah, very similar body type, as you mentioned. Both Carlisle Smith and Chamberlain, as Kai Isaac goes for the 2.
Yeah, so I gave Chamberlain a rating of 3 out of 10 on a dunk that he had, knowing how good he can throw them down. He had a better one, not on the game I was commentating. So let's see if he can throw down a 10 out of 10 this game here.
You might have to give him a bit of a signal. I don't know if he's
Okay,
aware.
yeah. Maybe the other team, like, just tell the Ears just move out of the way or something.
Yeah. I doubt that's going to happen.
No,
though.
I don't. Me too.
And here's Aiden Tonge, the bump from Bailey. Two strong individuals.
Yes, they are. I feel like they could just charge into each other and then both hit the ground or neither move. Like, it wouldn't surprise me either way.
I feel like Bailey's probably got a little bit more balance. I don't know. I just felt like that on that possession, that he did have the balance over Aiden Tonge, because we see Britt hitting the 2.
Yeah, it gives him a 2-point lead, 3-1 here. Bailey looks to slip. Bardsley has to shoot it as Tonge did a good job defensively. And Bardsley, reasonable shooter. The thing which is going to make you say, wow, was how good he is at finishing around the rim.
Yeah,
And
super athletic, isn't he?
He is.
Bardsley, and got good springs.
Deep
See
on
him leaping for the rebound there. And I'm loving the shoes with the gold accents.
Here we go, Levery to the bucket, glides in and hits that one over the much bigger Tonge, but now Levery has to guard Tonge.
Yeah, good defensive stop there so that they can get their mismatch back into a matchup that suits them. Although Tonge is on the bench.
Tonge has gone off.
Yeah.
Bailey's come in, so he's probably got, well, he definitely has the strength advantage. We'll just see if the Rams look to put Isaac on him. Bit shorter, bit more stouter, or Chamberlain, who's the taller player. So there's a foul here. They'll be able to sort the matchups how they'd like. Well, scrap that. Tonge's coming in. I think we're going to see him and Bailey matched up.
Yeah, they called a foul there on Britt, just holding. And Tane Lavery with position. Who's the foul on, actually?
Yeah, there's we've got...
Oh, no, they've called black foul. So, well done, Taylor Britt.
Yeah, and Bailey looks over and says, no, actually, you can stay on Tonge here, Bardsley. The switch, Lavery has him now, and now they do get the switch down. Let's see, every screen or interchange, the ears are looking to switch it. Good fade away there. We have a foul. The basket does count. Foul is on white there, so it'll be black. The Taranaki ears ball up the top, down 4-2.
We see Britt and Isaac both with the pink, bright pink shoes on at the moment. And I know Isaac's been wearing those, but that's the first time I've seen Britt with them on.
And Lavery there, out of bounds. But this shows you how quick he is. He got back in bounds to not have a turnover there off the first one, at least. Anyway, that is, I've not seen many people do that. Referee Melanie O'Connell right there on the spot to see him get his feet out, then back in before he touched the ball again.
And he's a very balanced 3x3 player. I know he's one of the top-ranked players in New Zealand.
Yeah, also named Rookie of the Year in the 3x3.exe competition last year, which is New Zealand, Japan, Thailand and Taiwan all competed in that one.
It's very impressive for a young player. And you can see I've been talking to Nico, who's in charge of 3x3 at BBNZ.
Yep.
And he's just talking about the growth of 3x3 in this country, and a lot of it's got to do with the leagues that have been running, the professional stuff. It's really lifted the level of our Kiwi athletes as we see Bardsley get bumped.
Well, one thing I'm looking forward to seeing is there's a new Southern Cup for it. So they're going away from the secondary school, just one-off national tournament for 3x3 to having 3 tournaments, one in the South Island, 2 in the North, and then you win those, or I think come first or second, then you go to a national event, so invitation only for that one. But I just think that's going to make it a lot easier for our South Island teams to compete, which will further help the growth of the game.
And not such a long distance. I believe the nationals are going to be in Wellington, so right in the middle of the country, which is always helpful for teams travelling from the south.
There we go, falling over there, Kai Isaac, so we got to see the soles of his pink shoes as well.
There he is at the line.
Yeah, the TAB line here. Pretty intense game here. 2 shots makes the first. 6-3 the score for the Rams in white. As you can see, brought to you by Barbecues Direct, their naming sponsor for the 3x3 Cup.
And I see Mad with the on the ears uniforms. We'll find out a little bit more about that sponsor later, I'm sure.
We go, Quinton Bailey, not a jump hook, just a hook while you keep one leg planted on the ground. Him and Kai Isaac, they were both looking for a foul. Referees just said, well, you guys are both doing it. Like, what do you want us to do about it? Chamberlain says, yeah, I've got the height, but
I don't have the strength.
I don't want to take these knocks to the chest here. 3 team fouls apiece now. Tane Lavery up the top gets the check ball from Taylor Britt.
And a rescreen, looks to shoot.
Yeah, quick pull up there, not quite in. Bailey up super high for that, lays that in. Tonge clearing the ball now for the Rams.
And that's a really good offensive rebounding effort from Bailey just on that second jump. and just does enough there to disrupt Taylor Britt. And now we see a little bit of extracurricular activity on the baseline with
I'm interested to
Britt
see
and
who
Bailey.
this foul goes on. It goes on White, I think. But it was actually Bailey. Britt was just standing there. Bailey sort of surprised him by suddenly going for the swim move, and it kind of just threw Britt into him, who had no choice but to just reach out and grab him then.
Yeah, I feel like Taylor's pretty crafty. I think he knew what he was doing.
Well, I feel like Bailey is too. I would do exactly the same thing as Bailey. Use that swim move to try and get through.
Yeah, there was a hook going on there. But it's all fun and games. You can see the players are aware.
Look at that pass there. Oh, that pass though from Tonge. Offensive foul, basket will not count. Have a look at this though. Fake.
No look almost,
Yeah,
although
it
he did
was.
look, but great thread the needle play, but not to be, unfortunately.
Here we are, BCS with the ball against Chamberlain. Knocks him off, takes the hit, keeps on ticking, 7-5 now.
Does well. Those two could be related.
Yeah, the two-hand shove from Chamberlain just to slow him down. It didn't matter as it just helped him get his balance. Up at the rim here, Ben Carlisle-Smith. One from the TAB stripe. Good, 6-7 the score now.
Yeah, closing in. 1 point lead to the Rams. But then you've got that guy.
Yeah, just took his time there to catch, get his balance, and going up against the smaller Lavery.
Just Brett makes plays defensively, offensively.
Isaac, though, Redbury was looking to pass that. Gets the steal. Britt back. Ball to Isaac here. Can't leave him open, or that is going to happen. 10-6.
Lavery for two.
The answer, I heard PA announcer Nick here announcing the same thing. The answer, Lavery definitely has that. BCS back into the court, dribbling out quick. He turns, shoots a two, just short. And now the Rams, you can see the Taranaki ears all arc side of them rather than basket side while they're trying to clear it.
Lavery on Isaac. Shoots it anyway.
Yeah, much better defensive position there. Tonge to the bucket, no good against Bardsley. And Bardsley says, I'm pretty sure you're going to make it if you get two chances. So you won't get two chances.
And is it on the floor? That is the question.
Here's the replay here.
Yes, it is. Check ball at the top for Taylor Britt.
So 16 fouls to 4. The Rams have 6 though. Ears still have 2 that they can give. Britt here, the lob inside to Tonge. Lavery leave. I thought he was going to leave him.
Mel O'Connor with the call late, but still the right call, I believe.
Yeah, said that he hooked him with his feet. Have a look here. Yeah, just... I mean, it doesn't look like much. It does affect you if you get hit in the back of the leg with a knee there. It's a 6-5, the foul count. Rams on top, 10-8. Chamberlain to the bucket.
Powerful move by Chamberlain.
Well, he hasn't had a 10 out of 10 dunk this game, but he's had some very nice finishes inside. Britt with the rebound, crosses over, gives it to Kaya. Isaac with the drive, fake, foul, bucket.
And finishes. Well done, Kai Isaac. Got Bardsley off his feet.
Oh, I guess that's the curse when you're super bouncy. You like getting blocks because you feel like you can jump up and get them.
And a timeout here taken. Gives each team a chance to have a chat. As you can see, they're checking up at the scoreboard.
Yeah, 16 fouls each, so they have to play good, solid defense, or it's going to be 2 free throws either team here. But yeah, after the Ears cut it all the way back, the Rams have gone on a mini run here, up by 4.
I can see Aiden Tonge and Taylor Britt have a lot to say in that huddle. Equally, Chamberlain and Isaac are obviously experienced 3x3, but you can't beat the experience of a Tall Blacks player and Taylor Britt.
Yeah, well, I think Taylor's played internationally, obviously, for New Zealand. Tonge has played 3x3 in Japan, as has Caleb Chamberlain. So Kai Isaac may be the baby of the bunch in terms of 3x3 experience. Here he is, takes the deep 2, just off to the right. Quinton Bailey and Aiden Tonge battle for it. Tonge comes away with that win.
Ooh. Isaac looked like he was going to cut then, but then went back, so Carlisle Smith with the ball.
Lavery, the nice handoff to him. BC is just the miss there. Tonge the rebound as his team is up 5. Clears it, quickly turns straight back in. No good on that. Bailey, good job getting vertical.
Bailey for 2, is it? Yes.
Just short. Tonge holds off Carlisle Smith, grabs another rebound. Chamberlain shovels it over to Isaac. He's short on this. And now we're starting to see players drag a little bit.
Oh, nice play.
Carlisle Smith, I think
yeah.
he got hit by his own guy there, which made him lose his footing.
Yeah, blew a tyre. And they are blowing quite hard. There's a couple of people wanting a sub.
It is hard. Like, it is game number 13 for the Rams. This is their final one. They can rest pretty sure knowing that they are in the quarterfinals, so have 3 games left after this one.
Oh, and Chamberlain just tried the old, I'm just going to undo my shoelace and get a little bit extra rest, but no, Hamish Dale, he's onto it. He knows we're behind.
Yeah, well, he just said, Tonge, you get no rest, big man. Back into it. Tough shot there from Britt, rebounded by Bailey, and he goes straight to the rim, misses it, gets his own miss. Up strong, makes the bucket, signals that it's going to count. O'Connell says, no, it's not going to count. It's going to be 2 shots anyway, though. Let's have a look here. Rebound through. Well, I think he might have been right that it probably could have been judged as one counting.
13-8, the Rams ahead of the Airs, but Bailey's got a chance to make it 13-10.
First one drops in. Rams on 17 fouls, 3 minutes to play. And so Bailey is checking.
Is that score correct?
I think it's because he thinks the basket counted.
Yeah, you're right there. He just checks with the official and they get another couple of seconds rest.
Yes, I think both teams are very happy with that. Second free throw drops in, so 13-10. Clock's running now, 3 minutes or change to go. Tonge hands off to Britt.
And he does well, Tonge, because he knows Britt will find him. So he dives hard on that screen, gets to the rim.
Carlisle Smith deep 2, no good. Lavery the rebound and putback, 14-11.
Quick finish by Lavery.
Here's Britt, and that time miscommunication, they do find Tonge on the roll.
So 15-11 now, advantage to the Rams. Quentin Bailey just bumps Britt out of the way.
And Brett is saying, I'm just going to wait here a little bit. Hopefully, I think it's actually where he's holding his stomach, which may have been just the wind knocked out of him, but this is hard work.
Here's a little chat to his counterpart as he walks off, and Chamberlain comes back in.
So it'll be Rams ball here, 8 on the shot clock. They have a 3-point lead, 2:24 to play. Tonge, quick spin for him.
Oh,
what a find,
pass.
there we go. I'm going to move that up the ladder. He's still capable of more, but I'll give him about a 6 on that one as it was nice and quick.
Fantastic dunk by Chamberlain, the young man, and Lavery goes up, can't finish. And now that's going to be shooting.
Yeah, he's just like, he's holding my arm down. Let's have a look at this. There's Tonge, the kick behind, and then Caleb Chamberlain just up so quick. So both teams on 7 fouls here. Chamberlain shooting 2 from the line. First one is short. The TAB stripe.
It was short. I haven't seen Chamberlain take too many 2-point shots. I know he has made some, but you can see that his strength is in his ability around the hoop.
Good challenge there. Carlisle Smith just about made it. Battle for the ball, goes out of bounds. And now the referee's Hamish Dale has to decide who did it come off last, as it goes all the way over onto court number 1 there. That game's almost finished, 1:38 to play between the Giants, who are a man down at the moment.
Yeah, they sure are, and this is their last game, so they'll be pleased to get away with one and secure their top 6 spot for tomorrow.
Chamberlain, deep 2, in and out. Good box out by Carlisle Smith.
Of course, he takes a 2 after I said he doesn't take too many twos.
But he can definitely shoot some of them.
It was a good look, actually, from him.
So Ears need to score points in a hurry. Not quite time where it has to be exclusively 2s, but I think if they have a good look from 2, they'll certainly let it fly. Lavery to Bardsley, tries to turn the corner quickly. Jumps in, can't make that. Britt gets the rebound. He dribbles out to clear the ball. Carlisle Smith on defence. The challenge, Britt makes it anyway, 18-13. Now it's definitely 2-point time for the Ears. Lavery was calling a bit. Bardsley makes the bucket anyway, cutting the lead to 4.
3 points now that the Rams are away from a win, and don't think you want to let that man shoot.
Well, now it's only 1 point and minute 12 to go. They're probably going to add another win to their impressive pool record. Lavery the tip, no good. Brick gets the rebound. Chamberlain rushes to it. Isaac, well, they got 22 last game, I think. Goes to the rim, just misses that. Lavery, the quick kick out. Carlisle Smith for 2. Deep
shot.
Shot is good, yeah, 20-16, not over yet. 45 seconds. Can't foul, good defense from Lavery. And then there is a foul. And Brett is going to be happy if he just makes the first. See the drive here, good defense from Lavery initial, and then it's that one there from Bardsley, the second one. Which is why Brett has a chance to ice the game here. Does just that from the TAB line. So Canterbury Rams win that one at 21-16. They move to 11-2. The Ears drop to 7-5 with their final game coming up in, it's meant to be in 3 minutes' time. I don't think that's going to be the case, as we have the Storm taking on the Pouakai next after we step away for a 1 minute break here on Sky Sport 2.
To the top 6. All right, let's bring up our next round of games. And we'll start with the game on court number 1, which is the Southern Whai up against Tavake Pacifica. For the Whai, in 5 is Caitlin O'Connell, and 7, Tyler Mitchell, and 10, Natalie Ivanay, and 18, Elise Carline. And for Tavake Pacifica, in 11 is Asia Leofo, in 12, Rihanna Rangi, in 21, Trinity Pahiu, and in 30, Aliana Tuatara. And the game for us on court number 2 is the Southland Storm up against the mainland Pakai. For the Storm, in 4, Laura Jackson. In 6, Lucy Brown. In 16, Jen O'Connell. And in 24, Aaliyah Dunn. And their opponents, the Pakai. In 6, Rosalie Asania. In 10, Tiana Day.
Kia ora, welcome back to Sky Sports 2 here. Have we caught up time? Not really. This game was scheduled to start at 9:25. James Lisselman along with Kat Jones here. We have the Southland Storm taking on the mainland Pouakai. Pouakai 5-3, I believe. They're safely through to the quarterfinals. Storm, they are stuck in the play-in, so there's not going to be too much angst in this game. I think there's not a lot riding on it for either team here.
Yeah, they can work on their plays, they can work on their stuff, they can work on trying to stay healthy, because we've seen a couple of teams just go down with a couple of injuries tonight, which is not great going into the finals tomorrow.
No, I think that is going to be the number one thing for both of these teams here. Just running through the lineup: Storm, number 4, Laura Jackson, 6, Lucy Brown, 16, Jen O'Connell, and 24, Aaliyah Dunn. The mainland Pouakai, number 6, Rosalia Samia, 10, Tiana Day, 15, Kavana Lenny, and 20, Lauren Whitaker.
And we're going to get started pretty quickly with, I believe, Pouakai. Look like they're
moving to the offensive side of the ball. Yeah, they're 5-3. Even if they lose, they can't drop down to 7th place, and the Southland Storm can't move up. So, as we thought, not a huge amount riding on this game. Main thing is no injuries, as you've said, and a chance to work on some of their plays. And that one there, I know when I'm teaching players, like, you don't want to throw that pass unless you can see the numbers. But with 3x3, it's so quick, you're trying to judge that your player's going to get that position at the perfect timing.
Oh, that's a tough screen there, and Rosie does well to tip the ball.
Yeah, just had her hand up, pass went just as it was going. And Lucy Brown's querying, like, what has just happened there?
I think they, I mean, you can see the setup. They used Jen O'Connell as a screener for Laura Jackson to try and get her the ball for a shot, because she's been one of their most effective outside shooters.
Here we are, Tiana Day, low post. The back down count was going, drops that one in. Maybe that's someone the Pouakai I want to try and get going. Jen O'Connell, great hands there. She was falling to the ground, able to find Lucy Brown, and look at that, nice finish against the bigger Tainadei. Jackson, the quick steal.
Great steal, yeah. Inside hand finish that we've been talking about by Lucy Brown, and Lauren Whitaker commits the foul on Jackson.
Yeah, so both of these teams, have a look at this. The quick cross.
I think they've called a foul on Jen O'Connell.
Okay, right, maybe she threw the defender into her. Anyway, Lauren Whitaker drives against O'Connell. She gets the stop and the rebound, finds Alia Dunn. In, out, out again. No, what was that? In, out, out.
And it's not often that Lauren Whitaker has her physical size met by someone like Jen O'Connell, but Jen O'Connell has got the height advantage on Lauren Whitaker as Laura Jackson finishes. Sorry, Rosie Samia finishes.
Yeah, Rosie's had a really good tournament so far, really taking on a much bigger scoring load for her Pouakai team. Normally she's kind of the glue, the connector player. Here she is drifting out, takes the deep two, nails that one.
Yeah, really impressed by Rosie's development as a 3x3 player. Very balanced, strong. Nice shot there by Jackson, just flipping it up off the rim.
And she's played in multiple countries overseas, mainly for Lincoln University, if not always for Lincoln. Yeah, and just a really good chance for her to sort of hone her game and see where the 3x3 game can take her. And then a chance to play in these tournaments. Defending champion from last year, returning to the mainland Pouakai with 3 brand new teammates.
And not really taking a backward step. I mean, the Pouakai have been pushed and they've lost a couple of tight ones, both to the 2 top-ranking teams, the Queens and the Whai. But they'll go into tomorrow's playoffs pretty confident in their ability and their sets.
Great pass there, Samia inside today. She is fouled. Lucy Brown does end up with the ball, but not before a foul was called. See here, look at this, just perfectly placed pass between 2 defenders.
And you can see Rosie Samia giving direction to Lauren Whitaker, running their plays.
The blind pass here from Lenny does find Whitaker, gets it back, jump shot no good, Day in quickly for a rebound. Post up, fade away, no good. Offensive rebound, flip shot does go in. Lucy Brown picks up the ball after and clears it.
Great to see Tiana Day taking a more active role in the scoring stakes as we see Lenny with the acrobatic block.
I feel like you should know she's going to do that. Get past her, she's going to jump up and go for that. If you just stop, she was either going to fly past or maybe foul you, but instead she's had so many highlights on exactly that sort of play. Lucy Brown, ball gets knocked out of bounds. It's going to be a shot clock violation anyway.
Good defense there, Lauren Whitaker. Stuck with the shorter Lucy Brown.
Yeah, outside hand might have been the way to go there on that one. Whitaker.
Too strong.
Yeah, discards 2 players, gets to the rim. Day with the follow-up and the rebound. Here's Brown. You can see Day immediately out there to make sure she can't get a 2-point look. Jackson, tough shot there, just too strong. Done. The shot clock have reset. I don't think it should have. And ball is going to be touched. It'll stay with the Southland Storm here.
We see Jen O'Connell coming back into the game. So they've got the Twin Towers and we've got no Lauren Whitaker. So let's see how Southland go with some maybe potential mismatches. Here we go. Oh.
Well, they're going to pass to someone on the other team, which is not recommended. Day, the fadeaway, no good. And Dunn and Alia and Jen O'Connell battle for it.
Oh. And that's only the second time in this game that Jen O'Connell's been on the floor, but it won't be the last.
I think you are probably correct there. I think it was super impressive, the one close to us, where she was falling out of bounds due to the pass and able to just have enough balance to direct it perfectly.
Oh, yeah, and then gets the ball and passes back to Jackson.
Deep 2, no good. Lenny, a good box out there. And O'Connell whistled for the foul and agreed with that, saying, yes, you got me, you saw me.
Holding onto Lenny's arm.
What you called is correct. Regan Ashley, the referee on the baseline in their coin tops.
Whitaker on the screen for Samia. Nice finish. Oh,
just
Spoke
about.
too soon.
O'Connell, the rebound, done. Back inside to O'Connell. Kicks out Lucy Brown. That's a good look. Despite Lenny flying at her, Samia got her hands up just in time to catch that.
And I think, yeah, Brown will let that one go out wisely. Give yourself an extra 10 seconds rest.
Yeah, both teams struggling to score, and this is probably the Achilles heel, or potentially Achilles heel for the Pouakai if they really do want to have a chance to defend their championship. Needing to get just more consistent scoring and at a quicker clip. Defense are really good and putting pressure on the other team. Day gets blocked, saves the ball, but her foot is on the line. Good defense there by Laura Jackson.
And a good finish by Lucy Brown just before that, getting to the rim and finishing with the inside hand, I believe.
So check ball up top, Lucy Brown with it. Tiana Day have only had a couple of two-point looks as the Pouakai have been really locked in, making sure they don't get any easy views of the basket. Brown, what a turnaround, no good there. O'Connell, the rebound.
Finishes.
I saw Lauren Whitaker's face is like, oh my God, someone's just knocked me out of the way. Oh, it's Jen O'Connell. So, yeah, as you said, not used to playing against someone who has about the same height and strength as her.
Yeah, I don't think you quite realise how tall that Jen O'Connell is until you stand next to her and you're looking up at her. Because, you know, the Pouakai guards are not short.
No.
And then, you know, if she's making, if Jen O'Connell's making Kavana Lene and Tiana Day look minuscule, then you know she's a tall woman.
Tiana Day scores that bucket there. Pouakai up by 2. Not anymore, says Laura Jackson. 7-7 the score now.
And she's really playing with confidence, Laura Jackson, and great to see that earlier game today when they had their supporters, the Aurora School supporters. She was on fire.
Well, she was, yeah, Jen O'Connell teaches at that school, because I was like, do you know who these kids are? And she's like, yeah, this is my school. This is my year group that I teach. And I had to take the whole term off pretty much for the Tauihi League last term, and they've all come out to see me. 8 on the shot clock here, inside feed to O'Connell. Lenny out to meet her, forces her into a tough shot, gets the rebound. Lenny with the clearance here. Just lost the ball a little bit, does find Day. Day skips into the bucket, scores one there.
Oh, good position by O'Connell. She's had a bit more time than she thought, I think. Not clear, not clear. Alia Dunn just not realising that.
So did Tiana Day just pass the ball straight to Dunn then? Like, because that seemed to make everyone freeze for a second. It's a Pouakai ball here. That great layup did not actually count for anything on the scoreboard.
So 7-8, still slim advantage to the Pouakai.
Exactly halfway of this game here. Nice turnaround jump shot for Whitaker. Brown now behind the arc.
A nice roll. See what O'Connell can do with it.
Good footwork. She finds Dunn. That looks good. It is good. 9-9.
And Dunn actually is a really handy shooter, and she can finish those outside shots. She just needs to get a bit more consistency.
And I think it's just realising you're probably not going to get blocked. Great job to find the ball there by O'Connell. Full 360. Located the ball. She was still turning around as the pass was coming towards her.
And I think she'll let that one go, yeah. Travel?
No, it's going to be the defence inside the circle first.
And handily, she uses the opportunity to have a seat, Jen O'Connell.
Yep, and she doesn't even sit down quick, like has to slowly get down and ease herself into the seat.
Pretty spent.
So Southland down by 1 here, 11-10. Alia Dunn dribbling around to the left, finds Laura Jackson. Shot clock at 3.
Oh, and another block. Kavana Lene shakes the hand.
Yep, 2 on the shot clock here. Here's the drive again. You think you've got her, but you've just got to stop and let her fly by.
Oh,
Lucy
big
Brown.
heave.
Oh, it nearly had a chance here. Shot clock violation, Pouakai ball at the top.
Lauren Whitaker takes a break.
Day comes in, yeah. Jen O'Connell says, not yet, you three stay on there for a bit more, please.
Rosie Samia with a strong drive and a great block by the diminutive Laura Jackson.
And she looks like almost disgusted. Like, why are you trying to shoot this against me? Her and Lenny both look the same after they get a block like that.
Oh, good hit there by Lucy Brown. Tiana Day stays with it.
Day, nice,
finishes.
yeah, good strong finish there. Getting her armbar into Jackson. We have a foul here against Lenny. Only the second foul for the Pouakai.
And 4 to the Storm. Yep, 3:44. It's going to go the distance, I think. Their scoring hasn't been exceptional.
It's been steady. Yeah, that's how I'd class it. The ball gets knocked out of bounds by Lenny. 9 on the shot clock here. Jackson with the ball, takes the check, goes quickly.
Oh, another block.
Yep, I was looking at Lenny's face. Nothing like a smile whatsoever. Yeah, it's a great initial step, and then Lenny just picking that spot to get to him where the ball is going to be.
And she's locked in. Oh.
O'Connell, great catch inside, challenge.
Oh, unlucky not to finish that one. Gina O'Connell.
It is Whitaker, bit of a dribble drive here.
Oh, and another block.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 players who hike, like Dunn and O'Connell here. Here she is, the face-up driving, trying to get her chest pass. Dunn, long enough arms that she can reach over and defend that still.
Oh, a good hustle there by Lucy
Did
Brown.
she force the turnover?
She flicked it back onto Rosie Samia's leg, I believe.
Let's have a look here. She saved it. I can't tell from that. Did it hit Lucy Brown outside? Shot clock's only saying 1 here.
Oh, yeah, and still Pouakai possession. No, just kidding. 12 seconds.
No, now they're having a conversation. I don't feel like 1's right. I also don't feel like 12 is right.
Yeah.
As the referees have a discussion. This is probably par for the course on court 2. We've had multiple injuries, the scoreboard malfunction, which caused Lucy Brown head over to Sky right now because it's not to go live here.
The
of this 3 Cup. 6 hours a day.
set play. Oh, and Tiana Day just loses her footing. And a bit hard on that pass. And you see Lauren Whitaker with
1.6 game.
Unless he,
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I think he's pointing.
but get because there's no
Oh, there we go. 20.5 and 2.
Yeah, Dunn's a good shooter. Got a nice action. So if she can get her shot going tomorrow and it be a bit more consistent that way, I think they're in pretty good shape, the Storm. Oh, good steal.
Pouakai on Dave. Win the another win. That moves 6 and 2. The official standing soon. The way through, Ears are up on 8, Sharks are on 6. So just wrapping up the final standings and where the team.
Enough
final with Queen. They are here. Two. Well, and then the playing games, we're going to have the Rapids from the West Coast taking on the Taranaki Thunder, and then the Storm will be taking on the Kahu tomorrow. So tune in. Track it all the time. Yeah. By sport, they'll be as we standing and Blacks and Tall Ferns Guru series. Day number 300 connection.